Sua Eccellenza l'ambasciatore cinese.
Your Excellency, the Chinese ambassador to Italy, Mr. Liu Zhongguang.
Signor Peng Haiguan, autorità, colleghe e colleghi, buongiorno. Desidero farvi pervenire il saluto e l'augurio di buon lavoro da parte di Astel, l'associazione che rappresenta la filiera delle telecomunicazioni in Italia e di cui ZTE è una stimata impresa a noi associata. Il seminario che ZTE ha organizzato affronta tutti i temi centrali per lo sviluppo delle telecomunicazioni, settore che è strategico per la competitività del Paese e per il rilancio dell'economia dopo l'emergenza pandemica. Desidero quindi ringraziare Hukum per aver organizzato un dibattito così ricco di grande valore istituzionale e imprenditoriale. Sono certo che i contenuti del vostro dibattito oggi rimarranno come un riferimento rilevante per tutti noi. Rinnovo quindi l'augurio di buona giornata e di buon lavoro e do a tutti l'arrivederci a future possibili occasioni di incontro in Asso Telecomunicazioni. Buona giornata a tutti voi.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti e
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for being here. Many of you we see from the registrations and the connections for us in ZTE Italy. It's a very important moment. We wanted to organize the event. Why should we be afraid of 5G when knowledge creates value? This is a moment of exchange of views, which is very broad and structured, within which we wanted to involve all of the protagonists of what I would, which defining an ecosystem is probably belittling maybe something connecting to the future. A lot needs to be said, needs to be discussed this afternoon. We'll try and tackle the various themes from various points of view. And we'll try and offer all of you, being live, not our opinion, but what is being said, not only in Italy, but also in the world, because we're going to have connections from other countries. Before starting, getting into the details, and before introducing Lucia Loffredo is going to host this event, I would like to mention two important communications. The first one from the European Commissioner for Digital Matters, who could not be with us today, and she wanted to wish us all the best, and a letter which I have to read, and unfortunately I have to put on my glasses. A letter from the Minister for Regional Authorities and Autonomies, Minister Boccia, and you see the letter on my back here behind me. I thank you for your kind invitation, but institutional commitments do not allow me to participate in this event. So I'm going to share some short remarks. I took off my mask because we are distant.
Among the many emergencies of our country, our government has to assure a reduction in inequalities. And to do this, first and foremost, we have to remind businesses of public interest to favor service rather than profit. 5G has to unite all the corners of Italy, since these are communication networks that can favor the growth of various sectors, from the automobile sector of transport, distribution, industry, healthcare, so a full-fledged driver for innovation and in economy, and which I hope will occur in the near future. So I think the healthcare field is the one that has to be affected by the major transformations. And indeed, thanks to the interconnection of healthcare facilities, it will be possible to assure patient monitoring remotely, amplifying and increasing the efficiency and efficacy of the entire system. I've had the opportunity, writes Minister Boccia in his letter in the past, to recall that 5G is an opportunity to keep the country united, a sort of sort of form of public works that has to be similar to the motorway rather than a high-speed railway. That is why the state has to invest to assure complete coverage of with digital infrastructure. And this will be done through the ultra-wide broadband plan, and especially favoring the municipalities that are more disadvantaged, in line with the goals of the government to use the recovery fund and other funds allocated to our country. So a rush towards innovation that means increasing efficiency and the quality of local public services. So I'm grateful for your attention, and with this, I wish you all the best for the success of this event. And thank you to Minister Boccia and Commissioner Gabriela Barca. And now I would like to introduce Lucia Loffredo. You see her, she's a journalist and host at RAI. You see her on many broadcasts, and she'll be helping me out in hosting this event. Thank you, Alessio, and thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome to this conference, this Web Live conference, which is our new world, at least for a few more months to come. That's how we will continue to meet in the utmost safety. Today, we are at the headquarters of ZTE in the city of Rome. So thank you to ZTE for having thought of this conference on a topic that brings us directly into the future, which has become essential in the past few months. Being connected in the best possible way. We can do this safely, and we can do this with 5G. This is what we'll be talking about today. This is a topic that divides and raises debates, but it's surely the topic of the future. And to do this, ZTE has organized some panels during which we'll be discussing some data, and we'll also be tackling all the questions that citizens may have. I think it's essential to examine this topic, and our thought today is written here. Why be afraid of 5G? And today we'll find out that we don't need to be afraid of 5G. We'll look at the future of the world, the future of our country, and above all, the future of the company ZTE and its investments in our country. But to do this, I don't think there's anyone better than the top management of this company in Italy. So I would like to invite. Okay, we'll have the slides first, but I'm going to introduce them because on this podium we'll have the President of Western Europe and CEO of ZTE Italia, Mr. Huku.
Pomeriggio a tutti.
Good afternoon to everybody, and welcome to this event. Why be afraid of 5G?
Listen, unfortunately. So although due to this very special period, we have to organize these events remotely. Okay. But the important thing is we are creating this platform for a very comprehensive, open debate from all the aspects around 5G. So we are contributing to establish this platform. Okay. The reason is very simple. ZTE, we believe in Italy and its potential of the development of this country. Okay. So we were going to join the modernization of this country through the large investments, through the opening of new locations, through also creation for the new job opportunities. In the last 5 years, ZTE have completed 500 million euro investment in this country. So we just announced our next 5 years plan to invest another 1 billion in next 5 years. I believe there's not so many multinational companies are doing this, but we are. Why? Because ZTE, we are very confident about the potential of the country, about also the young talent we can find here in Italy. Okay. So from the October of 2017, the Italian government launched the first European 5G commercial trial. Okay. And we are very proud. Okay. ZTE is a part of this. Okay. Together with our solid partner, Windley and Open Fiber. And this trial has been concluded very successfully by June of this year. So I would like also take this opportunity to thank the Undersecretary, Milana Nuisi, for accepting our invitation to be presenting this event through her video. ZTE in this country, in these markets, okay, also globally, okay, we are imposing the transparency, the compliance, the respect of the law, of the business code into our blood. I would like to give just a few examples, very specifically, to let you understand better why we are saying like this. Okay. The first point, all the ZTE colleagues, okay, we are participating the monthly and the university level examinations about the compliance, about transparency. Okay. So through this initiative, we impose and create, okay, the culture of compliance and transparency into the mind of every single colleague of ZTE. Okay. Another small thing I want to underline. Okay. ZTE Italia is the first company inside ZTE Group globally to obtain the ISO 37001 certification, which is the anti-corruption certificate. Okay. Another little example is also last year, indeed, is this year. I'm sorry for that. Okay. We obtained also the certification from British, the BSI. Okay. This certification is related to the information privacy management system. Okay. And the BSI is a very highly recognized body by the regulatory body of UK. So this certification also highly recognized, okay, the ZTE user privacy and the security management. In the same time, it's demonstrated, okay, and confirm the level of our data protection system inside ZTE. Okay. So the last example I want to also underline. Last year, we opened the cybersecurity lab, okay, exactly in the same building where we are today. Okay. That is the first cybersecurity lab in our industry in Italy. Okay. So today, we are managing this cybersecurity lab in collaboration with CNIT, okay, the most important university consortium, from which later on, the director of CNIT, Mr. Blefali Melazzi, and also Professor Bianchi, we're going to speak later. Okay. So we welcome, okay, any regulatory requirements in this country. Okay. And we believe the golden power approach from the Italian government is one of the important and effective tools. Okay. I would like just to remind, okay, we need to avoid, okay, the golden power to be abused, okay, in some occasions, okay, in order to protect the free competition in the markets. This is important for the markets, for the industry, and for the country. Okay. So at the end, I would like to also give the my last sentence, okay. We are willing to be here, to invest, to grow. We put the trust on this country, and we are going to demonstrate through our different activities. Okay. ZTE is a reliable, transparent, and a unique company. Thank you again for being here today. Grazie.
President of Europe and America region of ZTE, Mr. Peng.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to attend this occasion, this debate. I'm also very glad to attend this, to visit Italy again. So, very happy to be here. And we understand that 5G is the starting stage, is still the end stage. This new technology just came out. So many people have some concerns, have some doubts, have some worries. All the new technology come out. This is natural response from the human being. So that's why we just open this kind of this debate about all the concerns, all the these worries from different these people. So we want to have a very open and a very transparent discussion on this new technology. So I believe this is beneficial to all the stakeholders. So ZTE also keep very, very open and transparent attitude to all these discussions. And Italy is one of the most important market for ZTE overseas market. So like Mr. Hu Kun just mentioned that we just decided we want to double our this investment for next few years. We believe Italy have not of this potential to upgrade is this digital infrastructure to provide a much better digital service to all these consumers, all the enterprise, all the government institutions. So the demand for much better digital service is very huge. So we believe the potential of the market is there, and ZTE, as a pioneer of this 5G innovation, we keep huge investment on this new technology, on this new 5G technology, and we believe we can make a contribution to this country, to our customer here as well. So that's why we also want to double our investment to make our contribution to this country. And most importantly, we believe that this technology also will bring a lot of this benefits to our customer, to the Italian people as well. And we believe in this, again, I want to emphasize that we believe in this openness and transparency. So any these doubts or any these concerns or worries on the new technology, we develop this technology according to the international standard. Actually, that international standard is defined by this European, this standard organization. So this international telecom, this standardization. So we develop this technology according to this international standard. If any concerns, any worry there, we are open to discuss with everybody concerns. Once again, welcome everybody to attend this forum. Thank you.
Io credo che, ma non lo dico.
Now, I believe Now, obviously, everybody might think you're a member of staff at ZTE, so it's clear that this is what he's going to say. But I think that with the contributions of Mr. Kuhn and Mr. Peng, we just didn't provide some greetings, but we've said and stressed, if you will allow me, the importance of concepts such as transparency, being open towards stakeholders. These are important elements for a multinational, which here in Italy has already invested 500 million euros in the past and is now about to invest 1 billion euro. So we want to be here very clearly with transparency in a reliable way and being open and willing to work with all stakeholders. Former Prime Minister Massimo D'Alema won't be able to with us physically today. He's abroad, but he's left us an important contribution that will be broadcasting right now. And immediately afterwards, we'll have the important contribution. And I'd like to thank, Massimo D'Alema, namely from Under Secretary Mirella Liuzzi, who's Under Secretary for the Ministry of Economic Development, and she has a specific, as among her tasks, we have 5G. So obviously she deals with all new technologies and connections. And even beforehand, even when she wasn't Under Secretary, she followed the 5G trial in Italy, as I mentioned earlier, by the various operators and vendors. And as far as we're concerned, Prato and L'Aquila, as far as ZTE is concerned, I leave now the video to former Prime Minister Massimo D'Alema.
Buongiorno e buon lavoro innanzitutto, scusandomi per il fatto che un impegno internazionale che non era previsto mi impedisce di essere con voi in questo incontro così importante. Lasciate che prima di esprimere qualche considerazione io ringrazi ZTE, gli amministratori di questa grande società, per gli investimenti che essi hanno fatto e che prevedono di fare nel nostro Paese. Investimenti importanti, non soltanto da un punto di vista quantitativo, ma anche per le opportunità di collaborazione scientifica, di occupazione altamente qualificata che offrono. E vorrei che questo fosse il senso, diciamo, del nostro incontro, del vostro incontro, e lavorare insieme per promuovere crescita di qualità, per promuovere innovazione, per promuovere cooperazione. Io penso onestamente che a questa prospettiva non c'è alternativa, anche se oggi appare così difficile muovere in questa direzione. Vorrei parlare francamente, diciamo, dello scenario internazionale in cui si colloca la nostra discussione e delle ragioni che oggi impediscono una collaborazione piena nello sviluppo di quella tecnologia 5G che rappresenta una nuova frontiera, che non è soltanto un'opportunità di comunicare meglio tra le persone, ma come voi sapete meglio di me, rappresenta la possibilità di connettere le cose e quindi di compiere un salto di qualità, nella qualità dei servizi, nella produttività delle imprese. Penso per esempio a come in un paese come l'Italia, con tante piccole e medie imprese di qualità, il 5G potrebbe contribuire in modo formidabile a quel salto in avanti della produttività che è una delle necessità più importanti del nostro paese. A questo si frappongono degli ostacoli di carattere politico. Alcuni giorni fa la Federal Telecommunication Commission degli Stati Uniti ha indicato la vostra società, la vostra compagnia, come una compagnia che rappresenta un pericolo per la sicurezza degli Stati Uniti. Io voglio dire francamente, nel pieno rispetto ovviamente del nostro grande alleato americano, che considero queste posizioni strumentali. Un modo cioè di portare la competizione economica legittima sul terreno della sicurezza, di pretese ragioni di sicurezza. Voi ne approfondirete questi temi nel vostro convegno, ma è evidente che l'uso di equipment, di strumenti di una grande società cinese non compromette il controllo dei dati, dei data center, e che esistono oggi tecnologie che consentono di collaborare e di proteggere la sicurezza dei dati sensibili, come è ragionevole che ciascun paese faccia. Allora, noi parliamo di una competizione economica, parliamo del fatto che gli Stati Uniti, l'Occidente, vedono oggi nella Cina un grande competitore, un paese con il quale ci si misurerà negli anni che verranno. È così, ma noi vogliamo che questa competizione avvenga in modo tale da essere produttiva di vantaggi per gli uni e degli altri. È possibile immaginare una emulazione win-win e non uno scontro paralizzante che produce una stagnazione, che produce danni da una parte e dall'altra. Questo è il grande problema della geopolitica di oggi. È un problema che riguarda la Cina ed è un problema che riguarda gli Stati Uniti e il mondo occidentale. Riguarda la Cina perché anche la Cina deve in qualche modo rendersi consapevole nelle sue scelte politiche del fatto che la Cina non è un paese emergente, è una grande potenza mondiale, e deve assumere pienamente le sue responsabilità di grande potenza. Questo significa, per esempio, garantire gli investimenti stranieri con maggiore libertà di quanto non sia accaduto sino ad oggi, cioè consentire alle compagnie occidentali di avere in Cina le stesse opportunità di cui godono in Occidente le compagnie cinesi, aprire il mercato cinese, in particolare il mercato dei servizi, cioè disporsi ad essere un grande paese che rafforza la sua collaborazione, che offre garanzie per la protezione della proprietà intellettuale e tutti quei temi su cui da tempo, in particolare l'Unione Europea e la Cina discutono, avendo registrato anche dei passi in avanti, ma ancora c'è strada da compiere. Dall'altra parte l'Occidente non può considerare la Cina come una minaccia. È a mio giudizio del tutto evidente che le pretese ragioni di sicurezza che si oppongono alla collaborazione nel campo delle telecomunicazioni sono largamente strumentali. Sono un modo di impedire la collaborazione, accampando ragioni. Certo, la sicurezza è un tema, talmente importante che finisce per essere ostativo, ma non sfugge che si tratta, a mio giudizio, e tutte le persone che conoscono questi temi lo sottolineano, gli esperti, in modo inequivoco, che si tratta di ostacoli di natura strumentale. Oggi noi siamo in un momento molto particolare delle relazioni internazionali. Finisce un'epoca di presidenza americana che ha fortemente spinto sul terreno della guerra commerciale con la Cina e che ha anche creato molti problemi nei rapporti tra Stati Uniti ed Europa. Siamo alla vigilia di una nuova stagione politica. Che cosa accadrà? Non siamo profeti, ma è ragionevole pensare che l'agenda dell'amministrazione democratica possa essere in parte un'agenda diversa. Io sinceramente, qui parla l'osservatore, diciamo, non credo che nell'immediato ci saranno dei cambiamenti radicali nella competizione con la Cina. Questa competizione resterà, anche perché è evidente che gli Stati Uniti vedono lo sviluppo cinese, in particolare la crescita tecnologica, diciamo, come una minaccia al loro primato. Fino a quando la Cina era la fabbrica del mondo di prodotti a basso valore aggiunto, questo non poneva problemi. Ma nel momento in cui la Cina è diventata competitiva in alcuni dei settori a più avanzata tecnologia, lì è nato un problema. Però ci sarà una novità nell'amministrazione democratica che io credo sarà molto importante, e cioè questa amministrazione riprenderà un dialogo con l'Europa. E qui si apre un'opportunità, perché l'Europa, le classi dirigenti europee, possono cercare di influire sulla politica americana. L'Europa ha un interesse vitale alla collaborazione con la Cina. È del tutto evidente che, per esempio, un paese come la Germania è fortemente interconnesso dal punto di vista economico. L'Europa non può permettersi una guerra commerciale con la Cina, salvo pagare un prezzo altissimo per le sue prospettive, per l'occupazione, la crescita, la ricchezza europea. L'Europa deve cercare di essere il ponte, diciamo, cioè deve esercitare il ruolo di una grande potenza, l'Europa lo è se è unita, che mette in comunicazione il suo grande alleato d'oltreoceano e la Cina, che è storicamente un grande interlocutore dell'Europa, diciamo. Noi italiani poi siamo stati, da questo punto di vista, abbiamo svolto un ruolo molto importante nel connettere l'Occidente e l'Oriente attraverso non soltanto quella via della seta dei mercanti, di cui gli italiani furono tra i primi, diciamo, esploratori, ma anche attraverso una comunicazione culturale, di pensiero. Allora, io credo che ci vorrà molta capacità di iniziativa, molta fantasia, molta creatività e anche molta apertura e flessibilità da parte della leadership cinese. Io credo che dovremo anche ridefinire il quadro di accordi internazionali che consentano la libertà della collaborazione economica in un quadro di condivise regole di sicurezza e di garanzie. È la sfida degli anni che verranno, io spero dei mesi che verranno. E ripeto, ciò che è fondamentale è che l'Unione Europea, le classi dirigenti europee si pongano non in chiave anti-americana, questo non è ragionevole, non è realistico, ma in chiave di alleanza creativa con gli americani, alleanza in grado di influire sulla politica americana, in grado di aprire una nuova prospettiva, perché l'Europa ha un interesse vitale alla ripresa della collaborazione piena e allo sviluppo del multilateralismo. L'Occidente deve rendersi conto che il mondo è irriducibilmente plurale. Questo non significa rinunciare ai nostri valori, ma significa sapere convivere e sapere collaborare con gli altri. E questo è il cammino che deve essere percorso. E lungo questo cammino io penso che, per esempio, potrà essere molto importante il fatto che la nuova amministrazione americana probabilmente riprenderà la strada del multilateralismo. Biden già annuncia che gli americani rientreranno nel quadro degli accordi contro il cambiamento climatico È probabile che gli Stati Uniti vogliano riprendere un dialogo, un negoziato con l'Iran e non proseguire su una linea aggressiva dell'amministrazione Trump. Sottolineo questi aspetti perché sono tutti capitoli di un'agenda di una possibile de-escalation nel rapporto fra Stati Uniti e Cina. Noi europei abbiamo un interesse vitale ad essere protagonisti di un'agenda di de-escalation, di ripresa del dialogo, con la consapevolezza che questo richiederà tempo, intelligenza e impegno. Naturalmente tutto ciò va oltre i confini di una discussione come quella che voi svilupperete. Tuttavia è del tutto evidente che anche la cooperazione economica, la cooperazione soprattutto tra società che si muovono sul terreno tecnologico più avanzato, può contribuire in modo molto importante ad un mondo pacifico, più unito e più prospero. Grazie.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti. Ringrazio e saluto ZTE e tutti i partecipanti a questo importante momento di confronto legato al tema 5G. Ci tenevo innanzitutto in qualità di sottosegretario al Ministero dello Sviluppo Economico con la delega al 5G a farvi venire il mio messaggio di saluto e a parlare anche con voi di quello che stiamo facendo in tema 5G. Innanzitutto mi collego al titolo dell'evento perché credo che conoscenza e consapevolezza delle potenzialità delle reti di quinta generazione siano il miglior antidoto alla paura, e il 5G sarà una pietra miliare tecnologica che avrà un impatto significativo su tutti i servizi di cui oggi usufruiamo, una rivoluzione che non attende e che introdurrà via via degli elementi innovativi sempre più sfidanti. Proprio in un periodo di massima centralità del digitale come questo legato alla pandemia ed un uso massiccio della connettività, non possiamo non prendere in considerazione le sfide che gli operatori del settore sono chiamati a sostenere in termini di investimenti e di adeguamento infrastrutturale per il dispiegamento delle reti del 5G. Sotto questo punto di vista, questo aspetto, vorrei sottolineare che è necessario a livello normativo che l'Europa parli con un'unica voce. Perché se vuol giocare da protagonista a livello globale nello sviluppo delle reti del 5G, deve assicurare degli obiettivi che ne permettano l'armonizzazione e la semplificazione, ma anche un ecosistema favorevole che agevoli l'operato delle aziende nei diversi Stati membri, e questo lo si ottiene chiaramente avendo delle regole certe e condivise. La conoscenza che crea valore è inoltre uno strumento che è a servizio del legislatore e che permette l'adozione di decisioni ponderate. In questo contesto vorrei ricordare anche quanto fatto dalla Camera dei Deputati in relazione all'indagine conoscitiva sul 5G pubblicata lo scorso luglio, che dimostra come sia massima l'attenzione politica su questo tema e che un'indagine del genere ha sentito tutte le voci in relazione al tema 5G. In questo contesto il governo ha adottato e continuare ad adottare delle politiche di sviluppo dei servizi connessi legati al 5G, focalizzandosi in particolare sull'infrastrutturazione della rete chiaramente, ma anche in relazione ai servizi a favore delle imprese e della pubblica amministrazione. Riguardo al primo punto, ritengo importante ricordare quanto fatto col decreto semplificazioni, che ha introdotto delle cornici operative chiare in relazione all'installazione di impianti 5G nei vari comuni, e questo è già un ottimo risultato perché ci consente di avere un'unica voce italiana e non dei territori svantaggiati rispetto ad altri. Il Ministero dello Sviluppo Economico inoltre sta facendo una serie di azioni riguardo all'implementazione del 5G perché capiamo perfettamente quanto possa essere importante per le nostre aziende e per il sistema competitivo italiano. In quest'ottica abbiamo promosso una serie di iniziative, come ad esempio gli use case sviluppati nelle 5 città italiane, che conoscete perfettamente: Milano, Prato, L'Aquila, Bari e Matera, che hanno aderito alla fase pre-commerciale del 5G terminata il 30 giugno scorso e che ci hanno permesso di condurre delle importanti attività di testing in diversi ambiti. Io credo che il 2021 sarà un anno importante anche in relazione al programma di supporto delle tecnologie emergenti nell'ambito del 5G che il Ministero dello Sviluppo Economico sta seguendo. In questi mesi siamo impegnati a valutare i progetti inviati dalle amministrazioni comunali per la creazione delle cosiddette case delle tecnologie emergenti, che si affiancheranno a quella già creata nella città di Matera. Nell'ottica di favorire in maniera armonica e capillare lo sviluppo del 5G, anche nell'ambito del secondo asse del programma richiamato poco fa, il prossimo anno entreranno nel vivo dei progetti di ricerca e di sviluppo che coinvolgeranno pubbliche amministrazioni, enti, agenzie ed università già finanziate dal Ministero dello Sviluppo Economico. In questo senso vengono incluse una serie di iniziative in ottica di smart city, ovviamente, per la gestione di servizi pubblici fondamentali, quali la gestione del traffico, la gestione dei rifiuti, la gestione del traffico, legati proprio alla tecnologia, alle tecnologie abilitanti, sfruttando le caratteristiche e la connettività del 5G, in questo caso subito a beneficio delle pubbliche amministrazioni e dei cittadini. Proprio la settimana scorsa abbiamo presentato insieme all'Università di Cagliari il progetto Moni 5G Smart Sardegna sulla mobilità sostenibile e la gestione del servizio idrico. Tra le iniziative promosse dal Ministero abbiamo anche quella su Genova, dove c'è un progetto pilota nel campo della sicurezza stradale e nella gestione delle infrastrutture critiche. L'Italia si candida a giocare una partita importante, da cui dipenderà in buona misura la capacità del sistema paese di rimanere, così come certificato dall'indice DESI, tra i paesi leader a livello europeo nello sviluppo del 5G e più in generale di catalizzare la ripresa economica e accompagnare un processo di digitalizzazione che ancora fatica a completarsi in Italia per una serie di ragioni. A ciò aggiungiamo la significativa accelerazione che abbiamo dato in termini di posa della fibra e il ruolo di grandissimo rilievo assunto dall'Italia nello sviluppo degli studi in relazione all'ecosistema che affianca il 5G, parlo di intelligenza artificiale, blockchain, internet delle cose. Dobbiamo quindi essere bravi a cavalcare quest'onda e tutte le sue potenzialità senza però esserne travolti. Una nuova tecnologia pone sempre delle sfide inedite e sposta sempre più in alto l'asticella del progresso, e se è vero che ogni cambiamento non rappresenta per forza un progresso, altrettanto vero è che il progresso passa sempre dal cambiamento e noi dobbiamo saper cavalcare e agevolare questo cambiamento. Un saluto a tutti e un buon proseguimento di lavori.
Bene, allora dopo questi due...
Fine, so after these two important contributions, if we're all ready here, I know we're already connected with Ambassador Lee. So if I get the green light and he's ready, I have to say that it's an honor to have Ambassador Lee, who after an important career at international organizations, including the UN, has arrived in Italy. The ambassador has always been very sensitive about issues concerning the global economy. So it will be very interesting to listen to his point of view on this topic, the topic that we're discussing today. I'm just going to check whether we're ready and we're all connected, and I'll leave the floor to the ambassador.
你好，主持人，非常感谢你的美好。
Thank you to the moderator for her introduction. Dear friends and guests, good afternoon to everybody. I'm very pleased to be here at this event organized by ZTE Italy. Why be afraid of 5G when knowledge creates value? At the end of this year, and whilst we're heading towards a new, discussing in depth a topic like this is something very topical and excellent. And I'd like to share some thoughts with you. First of all, 5G is the product of a digital revolution that has an all-round impact and role. Not only will people have a faster wireless network, but they'll also be able to use services such as self-driving vehicles, remote surgery, smart cities, and so on. And industries, manufacturing industries, farming, and logistics will witness a quantum leap. And this will serve as a driver for economic and social development. All the governments in various countries have been putting in place plans and programs, and companies have invested both resources and commitments so as not to be left behind. At the same time, concerns have increased regarding 5G. Now, in the age of information, it's only fair to be afraid about the security of personal information and data. And we have to be ready to take up this challenge. I think that 5G technology is not wrong in itself, and we cannot say, oh, we're against the expansion use as we say, according to a Chinese proverb, you can't avoid eating out of fear of choking. It is the responsibility of governments to ensure coexistence and balance between technological progress and security, ensuring that national security and social well-being are regulated according to rules and laws. Secondly, with the rapid spread of 5G, China claims that all countries should negotiate the governance of this new technology together. And in the third quarter of 2020, China has completed the construction of 690,000 base stations for 5G, with 160 million terminals connected. We therefore urge all the companies to take part in the construction and operation of 5G. With regard to data security, the position of the Chinese government is clear. We are against the use of IT technology to undermine national security and social well-being. We are against the instrumentation of IT technology to control other countries or collect data of individual citizens. We respect sovereignty and the right of jurisdictions, and then the right to information security in each country. So China has recently launched an initiative, the Global Initiative on Data Security, with which it intends to strengthen contacts and communication with all the parties and all the stakeholders and collect greater consensus and achieve global regulation and thus protect data security and cybersecurity. China invites the government, the parliament, businesses, and associations of the Italian civil society to take part in these studies and assessments to promote data security together. And thirdly, 5G cannot be politicized, and nor can it be labeled as people like and please. The development and use of 5G is in the interest of all countries, and it is necessary to have to comply with market rules such as equity, inclusion, competition, transparency, and allow businesses to choose, and citizens benefit from this. As Mr. D'Alema just mentioned, we have to avoid exploiting and generalizing the concept of national security, avoid building walls and demolishing the bridges of ordinary cooperation amongst businesses within the framework of 5G. We therefore have to prevent the creation of a so-called clean network. If to do this, we have to brutally exclude companies from other countries in the name of cybersecurity and create an hegemony in favor of one country. What attracts my attention is that geopolitical factors are influencing some European countries that have imposed some unilateral limitations to businesses such as Huawei or ZTE. We hope that this malevolent world will not blow down the peninsula of the Apennines, damaging cooperation between China and Italy and forcing Italian companies to choose which side they're on, thus raising the cost to be incurred. Faced with interference and resistance, I'm confident that the Italian government, the public opinion, and Italian businesses will uphold, will protect their national interests and long-term development, and will continue to cooperate with Chinese companies such as ZTE and Huawei. Now, dear friends and guests, today we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations amongst our two countries, and President Mattarella and President Xi Jinping held some telephone conversations for this recurrence, and summed up the features of their bilateral relations. The cooperation between China and Italy has to be increasingly concrete and needs to protect and encourage the participation of all businesses. ZTE and Huawei operate in Italy in full compliance with the law for over 10 years, and their partners have tackled adversities and have benefited from profits. Now they've created jobs and contributed to tax revenue. The equipment of the two companies, in the equipment of these two countries, there have never been any cases of backdoors or illegitimate use of data, and the so-called accusations of regarding security are ungrounded. The 5G technologies of these two companies have nothing to envy American companies in terms of, or rather, they're even more open in terms of competitiveness and services. And their greatest mistake is probably that of not being American. We therefore hope and believe that Italy will continue to have a fair and objective approach and comply with market rules. I would like to once again repeat that in China there's no law that demands that companies to collect information on intelligent other countries, and China never asks companies to install backdoors in their equipment or to provide information on data stored abroad. On the contrary, the Chinese government has always asked all its businesses operating abroad to comply with the laws and to respond to the request for inspections by host countries. China has clearly proposed that no country should ask its businesses to store data generated and obtained abroad within its national borders, and without the legal authorization of that country, it is not possible to obtain data present in that country directly from businesses or individuals. This is our stance, our promise. Lastly, I'd like to stress that the complete name of 5G is fifth generation mobile communication technology, and the goal of a mobile communication technology is to ensure communication between different areas and reduce distances amongst individuals. We therefore have to promote 5G and help 5G favor faster development and tighten cooperation, not use this to create separations and divisions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you to Ambassador Lee. It has been an honor for us to have him here. We'd like to thank him for being here in the course of our day. Now, we'll change our scenario, and I'd like to invite a man of action to take the floor. And if we're ready, I'd like to introduce him right away. He will be connected with us, and namely, we're talking about Alberto Calcagno. Let's see if he's here. I'll introduce him right away. Here he is. Welcome, welcome amongst us. Good afternoon to everyone. Okay, good afternoon. He's not just the CEO of Fastweb, which is an important ZTE customer, but he's also a writer, and he's written a very interesting book. He's an athlete and an author. The book is called Get in the Game, and he talks about Fastweb, where he's been working for since 2000, but also the challenges faced every day, and also how to overcome these challenges once faced. So, Mr. Calcagno, I would like to move to the core of our discussion right away, and I've prepared a question which I think is of interest to everyone, even a less informed audience like myself. I'd like to ask you, what is the current state of 5G technology? What is its future? And right now, in these difficult times we're living in, what role can 5G play? Thank you, firstly, for your excellent questions. Starting from the title of the conference, we should be afraid of 5G, especially a tool, a technology that will be the most democratic. Now, clearly, in February, March, and April, last February, March, and April, this country witnessed a shock. Traffic along the networks increased in just a few weeks by the same amount it had grown in previous years. So there was a sudden huge rise, but the networks held, especially the fast web networks, which are ultra-pro-band networks, new generation networks, so it was sufficient to make minor investments to achieve an important scale. But there's no doubt that today in Italy there are two speeds. We're traveling at two different speeds. Big cities travel fast, and everything is in line with the expectations of citizens, institutions, and business. And then there's another Italy, an Italy traveling at a lower speed because the networks, the ultra-pro-band networks, haven't arrived there yet. So 5G, we shouldn't be afraid of it because I think this is one of the most democratic elements and technologies in this respect. It's an element of cohesion, an important one which our country has. Why am I saying this? Because it's a technology that is very sustainable, first and foremost, and then it's fast to implement, and its performance make it very similar to ultra broadband. So we're talking about technology that is nearing 1 giga. So you see a positive future, Mr. Calcagno? Yes, absolutely. And so much so that we will be using 5G, for example, in the fixed wireless modality to all the gray areas for us and half of the white areas. So a technology that will allow us to assure and serve areas that in the past we wouldn't have been able to cover. So we have launched a plan that has already been kicked off and will be launching a service in the coming weeks, the first 5G WA service in the first 50 Italian cities. Then they will become 500 in 2021 and 2,000 within 2023. And this will allow us to cover all the grey areas. So we're talking about 8 million households and at the same time connect the white areas. This is a technology of great inclusion and cohesion because it allows us to reach areas that before were considered a market failure. And instead, this technology will allow us to develop a business case, as we've always done in all areas, and to reach towns and villages that otherwise would have been entirely abandoned to their fate. We know this very well. We know about the delays with which the white areas are witnessing in the rollout of ultra-broadband networks. 5G, instead, will be this extraordinary tool of inclusion. And of course, in addition to this 5G, mobile 5G, will be able to cover the last part, the tails of these white areas, the remaining 50%, eliminating once and for all the issue of Italy that is traveling at 2 speeds. So aside from all the use cases, 5G will be an extraordinary accelerator of progress in this country. One last question for you, Mr. Calcagno, because 5G brings us directly towards the future that we can imagine for our country. How much time will that require? Well, the good thing is that we don't need to wait for the complete rollout. It will be a gradual rollout in the coming weeks. As I said, we'll be starting out in 50 cities. So 50 cities will have 1 giga coverage, whereas before they were traveling at 5, 10 mega. So we're talking about an exponential leap forward, and gradually, month after month, we'll be adding other cities. So we won't need to wait that much. If we want to consider the end of the project, then it will take 3 years, but the rollout of network, being gradual, will allow us to deliver service gradually. 5G is already here. We're in the middle of it entirely. So why does it scare us sometimes? Well, clearly, it's an instrumental controversy. Italy has laws on electromagnetism and the protection of citizens, which are amongst the most stringent in Europe. We have a limit of 6 volts per meter, while the limit in Europe is 60 volts per meter. So it's very strange. Citizens are absolutely protected. There's no difference between 4G and 5G differences. So it's simply a question of controversies, instrumental ones. It's not the first time that Italy has witnessed these controversies, especially when it comes to innovation. All technological leaps have been accompanied by these controversies, but the facts are what I just set out and will be proved right, and the rollout has already started. I think this is all excellent news, the news that Mr. Calcagno has given us. I'd like to thank him because he's clarified many of the doubts that we may have and many of our fears. We said this at the beginning. Very honestly, we want to talk about 5G, and I think that we've made everything very clear. So I'd like to thank you very much for your contribution, and thank you for bringing our country towards a safe and connected future. Thank you. We're doing our best. Thank you.
Io lascio la parola allora a Alessio, a De Sio, che...
And now I leave the floor to Alessio De Sio, who's going to move on with our debate. Thank you, Lucia. Congratulations to all of the speakers. We're really perfectly on time. As you've seen, the agenda is very dense. I would like to invite Roberto Basso, who is the head of Institutional Affairs and Institutional Communications from Wind 3. Thank you, Roberto.
Allora, Roberto.
We've already discussed many themes. I'd like also to briefly introduce what Wind 3 and ZTE have done. We started with the experiments on L'Aquila, and this partnership is going on. And I would like you to talk about this. And I would like also to take advantage of your experience to hear about the regulatory framework and the future of this regulatory framework, what might happen in Italy and why not in Europe as well, from the point of view of the development of new technologies and 5G. First of all, thank you for inviting me here, and congratulations for this event. Because we do need to talk about technologies, we need to discuss collectively of how technologies are taking us, where can we go as a community, as a society, as a whole. As Wind 3, we're doing important infrastructure efforts. We are cooperating so that an important part of our capacity to cover the country and the population, and this is achieved thanks to the ZTE devices in the access part, where we have an important share of ZTE devices, and cooperations in the experimental stage have been extremely important, both in L'Aquila and in Prato, where we achieved very good experimental results.
Il 5G è una realtà.
As Calcagno was saying before, 5G is a reality. We're not talking about the future, we're talking about the present. Every operator independently is developing the networks with the cooperation of everybody able to contribute. As to the regulatory framework, I link back to some of the things which have been said before by the Undersecretary in the Ministry for Economic Development, Mirella Liuzzi, when she spoke of the importance of change, of the transformation underway. change is also a cultural change, it's a social change, it's a change in terms of behaviors, and it's also a attitude and behavior which transforms the service provided by companies like Win3. We give the opportunity to people to be closer, though they are physically distant, as it is the case now because of COVID. We are all forced to keep at a distance. Next Christmas holidays will be based on having to be at a distance, but thanks to infrastructures and thanks to networks, people will be able to keep in touch and feel closer. But these services are now considered essential services. They are considered as a part of a set of natural rights, or at least a civic right. And we shall not be surprised by this if we think that the internet has been somehow dreamt already at the end of World War II. There is a wonderful article that you certainly read by an inventor, U.S. inventor, Vannevar Bush, who in July 1945 published on a monthly magazine, The Atlantic, an article, as we may think, he imagines how human beings as Homo sapiens can develop thanks to enhanced ability of their own intellectual functions. He imagines MEMEX, which is the contraction of memory expansion, so human beings with an enhanced capacity. Today, every person has the possibility of having access to knowledge produced by Homo sapiens for hundreds of years. That's why the access to the internet is becoming a right which cannot be eliminated. Next week, on December 15th, the European Commission will submit an important package of regulations, the Digital Services Act, together with the Digital Markets Act. These are two pieces of very important legislation because they will accompany and support these changes.
Dobbiamo pensare.
What we need to think is that new behaviors, new needs, the developments that we as species we can have access to must be accompanied by a regulation which acts as a element pushing investments, and we do know that investments in technology are enabling factors of the competitive capacity of a country. Italy, despite years of crisis behind us and years of crisis we are still experiencing, it's the second manufacturing power in the fifth manufacturing power in the world and the second in Europe. And there are countries like South Korea where the development of 5G and the coverage by 5G has already reached 90% of the population. It is clear that a manufacturing country like Italy can take advantage from new technologies, new generation networks, and 5G. It has the great opportunity to increase productivity and its competitive ability. But clearly, in order to be able to continue to invest in this field, it is necessary to have an appropriate regulation which is fit for this period of time, which has to accompany new behaviors. It's not only a question of consumption. Calcagno mentioned that. It's a question of democracy. And Vannevar Bush, when he imagined the way in which we can think, he imagined a powerful engine for democratizing the world. When we talk of access to the internet, we talk about investment, we talk about networks, we're basically talking about this. We're talking about democracy, we're talking about the development of civic life of our communities. We need a regulation which makes all of this possible. And part of this regulation is also limits to electromagnetic emissions. And this was mentioned in previous contribution today. The limitations applied in Italy are 1/10 of the limitations set in Europe. Here we must all be brave and courageous, starting from politicians, from institutions. We must be courageous and make those choices which make it possible to speed up. Harmonizing those limitations would make it easier to invest, to develop economic activities, and basically it would speed up those processes of a higher level of cohesion in the country, which are the best outcome the new technologies can provide our national community with. Thank you, Roberto. Among the many things which I shared, you said, I'm thinking of a couple of them, harmonization and speeding up. It's not only the regulatory framework, as Roberto was saying, but I think the whole society must follow, I wouldn't say the wave of 5G, but the wave of development. We cannot lag behind as a country. We must go on and move on as Europe and as the world. I think that Senator Adolfo, who's for Vice President of COPASIR, I think is already connected with us. I would like to thank Roberto Basso for being with us. As soon as you tell me that the Senator is connected with us, I heard him just a few seconds ago.
Se riusciamo a vederlo.
Io sono qua.
Eccoci qua, senatore. Buon pomeriggio.
Here I am. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. Because I know that the parliamentary work is going on. There are many activities. You are Vice President of COPASIR and important leader of Fratelli d'Italia. You have a great parliamentary experience, and you're a journalist. I have a couple of questions to ask because I think you had already the opportunity of listening to the contributions of the previous speakers. Among the many themes which are important to my company, but I must say not only to my company, I'm trying to speak in a bipartisan way, super-party transparency, certifications. The question is, what else can be done in our country at more general level in Europe to be transparent, concretely, to be reliable, to have that opportunity to have a clear, healthy exchange of views between one vendor. I'm not going to speak about ZTE only, institutions that you represent at a general level. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your kind invitation by ZTE, a company which we have to look at quite fairly without any prejudice, a very important national company which works, and we hope it will continue to work in the best possible way in our country. To answer your question, I should be frank, and I can't but reply frankly, because I'm a representative of the Parliamentary Committee for the Security of the Republic, which is a very peculiar committee which is charged by the Parliament to take care of the activities connected to the national security, and we carry out our work under confidentiality rule. We had just another meeting until 10 minutes ago to answer frankly. We can say, what can a company like ZTE to be fully open and be perfectly in line with our country, our culture, and just as you should change the Chinese legislation. You should change the Chinese legislation, because the main reason, not the only one, the main reason why the Parliamentary Committee of the for the Security of the Republic, after 1 year of investigation, has passed a report unanimously with the consensus of all participants from the right and left. The main reason why we asked to pay particular attention to use Chinese technology in implementing the 5G network in our country, as it is the case and increasingly more so in Europe, is due to the Chinese legislation. because the Chinese legislation, as it was changed over the new period, era has been changed in various parts. It imposes on every Chinese citizen, every Chinese company working both domestically and abroad to provide, if requested, to provide information to one's own security system. This Chinese legislation has been changed, unfortunately, with the evolution of technology and with the new Chinese era, which was imposed by President Xi Jinping. And by changing the Chinese legislation, by changing the attitude of China and imposing by law to every Chinese citizen or Chinese company to provide information to the security system wherever they work in the world, so much so that to the point, and also the new legislation approved, we saying that as long as that legislation is enforced, we must be very careful in using Chinese technologies in our 5G system, apart from what individual companies do. And certainly, at least on my side, there is an attitude of openness, particular towards ZTE, which has proven also recently to be packed, to be involved in this need and provide the maximum transparency in its activity. Nonetheless, the Chinese legislation is posing something to ZTE and any Chinese citizen in the world which is not compatible with our security system. It's not compatible with our national interests. It's not compatible with our legislation, in particular, for instance, in terms of privacy. That's why we're paying considerable attention to these themes, being full aware of the fact that the technology future of our country is at stake here. The future of competitiveness is at stake here because 5G, together with optic fibers, the network as such, is the foundation of economic development. We must think that, as it was said in the previous contribution, the whole production system, and it will be even more so, it is interconnected with 5G, with a digital network. It will be one unique thing, as proven by the recent impact of the coronavirus. And I close answering this question in a more organized way. The recent impact of coronavirus has proven basically the future is here, and we're forced to anticipate things which would take place in over a few years. Just thinking of smart working, city cars, and work at home, how important it is to have control and security in terms of data and knowledge, because those who have knowledge today, knowledge creates value. Knowledge is the value of the world, and we must protect our data, our information, our knowledge, our technology from or against somebody who wants to take hold of this, whoever the person is. Thank you, Senator. I'm very proud of saying and stressing once again that ZTE has received a certification by the British Standards Institutions, which is a British regulatory body which certified that we respect the privacy and protection of citizens of 5G. And then I would like to link back to the final part of your contribution to ask you, starting from the budget bill, what can be done in order to improve or increase or stimulate investments in new technologies, generally speaking, connected to connectivity in our country, linked to connectivity in our country. For sure, we said before, avoiding that Italy is a more special country than others in terms of limitations. I'm a person who is fully aware of the principle of precautionality is valid and important, but we not be more careful than Germany, France, and UK. We must be as them. So basically have had the same system. At the same time, we need to invest, and in this, the recovery fund can be important. the main resources most of the resources should be invested in digitization. We absolutely need a optical fiber network under public control where all operators can work on an equal footing, and the fiber optics should be present all over the country to the smallest municipality, and we need an interconnection with the 5G system, which over a very short period of time can cover very speedily the whole country connected to European international networks. If the government manages to guarantee this, and must guarantee this, making it possible to carry out the investments which have already been planned, and possibly spurring and participating in these investments, we can guarantee our citizens, our businesses, our community to have the highways of the future, as it is proven by Industry 4.0. There is no longer separation between digital system and production system. The production system works if there is a digital system, and through the digital system it is extremely important for us for this to take place, because that's the only way to create competitiveness for the country, so that we can seize the opportunity of recovery as soon as the lockdown and the coronavirus will be over. And we must do that faster than the others, because we're lagging far behind than the others. Thank you very much for being with us and for the suggestions you provided us with. The hope is that the country system is going to become not as fast as 5G, but at least is moving fast towards the future, which has become kind of a present. Italy cannot miss this opportunity, and opportunities such as Recovery Fund and Next Generation EU, we have plenty of them. I like to invite you, since we're talking about cybersecurity and what can be done as soon as you can, as soon as you have the opportunity, I would like to invite you to visit our cybersecurity lab here in Rome, directed by Alessandro Bassanova, supervised by CNIT. And later we'll hear the director of CNIT, Blefari Menazzi, Professor Bianchi. They will talk about it. We strongly wanted a third party, CNIT, so the National Consortium of Universities in the telecommunications field, to have the oversight of the activities carried out in our cybersecurity lab. Transparency for us is not an abstract concept, but we want to make it concrete. Thank you, Senator. Thank you again. I wish you a successful work. I will soon accept your invitation. I'll be very pleased to do so. Thank you. And we have Luca Carabetta, who is the person in charge for innovation for the 5-Star Movement. Young. I'm a pretty old now. He's a member of parliament who has been taking care of many things, 5G, the development of the country, the debate on what is in particular the present of our country, and is also a member of the Transport, Post and Telecommunication Committee, House of Deputies. Good afternoon. It's a moment, I know that it's time for voting. I would like to thank him for being here with us and the other members of parliament who are about to get connected. We thought of having a quick Q&A, but for you, to make it easier for you, it's better to ask you 2 questions so that you can answer in the time allotted to you, so that you can go back to the voting session.
So my first question is about the role of Parliament regarding the approval of the decree on golden power and the implementation of the cybersecurity perimeter. Now, for people who are not into these things, and which, of course, Mr. Carabetta will explain perhaps a little more clearly, are an important and fundamental framework for the regulation of the 5G sector, especially, and for the activities that 5G companies, operators, namely vendors, carry out. So for those who are less experience, these may sound as very important words, but these are the important framework where all the players, within which all the players move to carry out our activities, and these were fundamental steps. So the government first and then the parliament with the amendments it made. So this is what is happening. So I'd like to hear what Mr. Carabetta has to say to this regard, and then go into a little further detail, because it's only fair that we talk about this on this occasion, i.e. to talk about the political action pursued by your party, the Five-Star Movement, in the field of innovation. You have the floor. Thank you. And I apologize for the background noise. We're just outside the room. We're in the room of the Chamber of Deputies. We're voting, so we can't be there, but luckily, these tools allow us to do this, and so thank you. So the topic of golden power was further strengthened this year because it concerns the government's power with regard to some strategic sectors, and telecommunications are a strategic sector. There were specific regulations depending on various sectors, specific cases as we heard from the media, and it went directly to Parliament because it's regulated at parliamentary level. And in this respect, there are also other colleagues who I'd like to greet. And there was a parliamentary debate, and the provisions were fine-tuned and enhanced because we have some needs, protection-related needs, given the pandemic. We need to protect certain parts of our fabric where we have some issues regarding the strengthening of our infrastructure. And I think that as a government, we'll keep on working whatever government it will be, because actions in this field are cross-sectoral, basically, because we have some international benchmarks that we need to follow. So the government will continue along this way. Now, with regard, I'd just like to say I don't wish to uphold the party's position, but we're referring to international benchmarks. But so I see that all politicians are very united in upholding, protecting, and promoting strategic technologies. I listened, I followed the debate so far, and I'd like to thank you. We're talking about enabling factors which we need today, given the pandemic, because the lockdown has imposed the use of new technology, but in a post-COVID world, the increase in traffic, which Mr. Calcani was talking about, will be permanent. So there will be a structural change in our economic fabric in terms of services used by companies, by people, and by businesses. In this respect, it's very important or useful to take the approach you took for the debate, culture, knowledge that brings value. So if we can talk about businesses that need to open up to this world by becoming familiar with the various use cases that can be translated into business cases for their activities. Today, we have a problem regarding the development of products and services. There's also a topic relating to communication with municipalities, and the Italian Association of Municipalities has played a role, because we know that at territorial level there have been some decisions that have hindered the installation, not even the installation, or rather the adoption of this technology. But the most important thing will be the culture of citizens, because as politicians we need to assure the adoption and promotion of technology that will lead to a better country. Now, perhaps the term trial wasn't the best term to use, because we know that these are technological trials, but others probably thought it was something different. And so I firmly believe another thing, the dissemination of consumer devices, the 5G devices, will help will help us understand that this isn't a dangerous technology as mentioned, but rather a fifth generation of telecommunications. And then very briefly, talking about the measures adopted, there was the simplification decree mentioned by Undersecretary Liuzzi. There were other simplification steps that we need to implement, but never like in the pandemic period, the government has done the utmost to assure access to fast connection. The recovery fund will be a major challenge, of course. Minister Patonelli has announced major investments in infrastructure, so broadband, ultra broadband, 5G, and there was a reference to the fixed wireless access. And lastly, one thing I wanted to specify, and I listened to the remarks made by Mr. D'Alema. What he said was very important regarding the role of Europe, which it has to be united with regard to strategic technologies. We have a private alliance regarding cloud computing. I see Europe playing a role as a negotiator, but also as an active player, because we too have some assets, and so we can play a role in geopolitics. Obviously, we mustn't reason as individual countries, but as a united continent. Okay, thank you, Mr. Carabetta. Maybe all countries should take a step forward and reason as a united Europe and not simply look at one's personal interests. Now, in order of connection, they tell me, I've been told, that we have Vincenza Bruno Bossio. And I'd like to thank Mr. Carabetta, who is an engineer, and so he knows quite a lot about these matters. I just wanted to make sure that Vincenza Bruno Bosso is here. She's secretary of the committee. I think she's in, yes, I'm in the, well, okay, we'll try and just take up a few minutes. Thank you. You are secretary of the Transport, Post and Telecommunication Committee, and you are an expert in 5G and technologies at national level. Unfortunately, there's a lot of background noise, so I don't know whether I'll be able to translate. I can hardly hear you. So you have been working in this field for a long time and proactively. So I wanted to ask you the following. So we always talk about the parliament or government, and people often get confused between the various roles and the constitution. What has the Italian parliament done in recent times to favor and better develop the use of new technologies? What kind of initiatives have been put in place? And also, what kind of a debate has been held in Parliament regarding this topic? So, in a nutshell, how were we citizens, I'm not saying represented, but how we were discussed and talked about with regard to 5G by our parliament? Very well, thank you. Thank you for your question and thank you for your invitation. I have to say that I greatly appreciate the role played by ZTE in the dissemination of 5G. As Parliament, at the beginning of this legislature, we immediately dealt with 5G, also because we had to defend and relaunch what had been accomplished in the previous legislature. This is my second legislature, so I followed the important initiative undertaken by the previous governments that helped and favored the 5G trial in many Italian cities. Obviously, the frequency auction in Italy was very important, and so as the state government of Parliament, we had a duty to support this. And moreover, I am together with Carabetta, we are part of the artificial intelligence and innovation intergroup. So we took an interest in 5G to change the narrative about 5G, both with regard to the concerns relating to electromagnetic waves, which gradually is being changed thanks to the simplification decree, but also with regard to the matter of privacy, which we discussed at length when we dealt with the the bill on cybersecurity perimeter. And on that occasion, we were able to reiterate what President D'Alema said. I wasn't able to follow the previous speakers because I had to take the floor here. But what we stressed is that we can't create unfounded alarmism on security risks or privacy in relation to companies using Chinese technology, because basically there isn't any intervention on data, first and foremost. And secondly, as the ZTE CEO mentioned, procedures are being followed that are standardized at European level. And thirdly, if as a country we have a competitive edge in terms of 5G, the DESI indicator of 2020, this puts us in second or third place, whereas in all the other matters we're ranged between 25th place and 28th place. So this competitive edge that we have in the field of 5G is something that we have it because basically we have been good in using the most advanced technologies, and most advanced technologies have a clear origin. This is something that cannot be denied. And I also think that we cannot deny it based on geopolitics that haven't been checked. We can't block a competitive edge for Italy. So we have the duty to support as a state, government and parliament to support the spread of 5G, and that is why we submitted some amendments that support tax credit in relation to proximity technologies, cloud computing, edge computing that are necessary for the development of 5G. There will be a significant investment of many billions of euros with the recovery fund, but also within the framework of the budget law, 48 billion. That's a significant amount, and there are 35 billion that will be used by businesses to invest in infrastructure. I think that the answer we are providing is an important answer, and I repeat, we should be able to keep on supporting it, because next year, when we'll have the next indicator, we shouldn't be in a condition of having lost this competitive edge, but rather we can bring innovation countrywide, which is what Italy needs. Ultimately, the digital divide can be fought and tackled by developing 5G too. Thank you, Mrs. Bruno Bossio, amongst the many ideas that you gave us. You made me think of Italian genius and creativeness. I mean, if we're able to pull out what we have inside us, it's difficult to find this in other countries. Maybe we need to be a little more hungry in the most noblest form of the meaning of the term. We have to be more inclined to prove who we are. Thank you again. And I know you have works underway, but I just wanted to take 5 seconds to say one thing. Our politicians, you have seen, have taken on some commitments. They're all connected. We're perfectly on time with our schedule, and I think this is an important sign of a country that wants to change. And I think that this should all be, I think all politicians should be listened, aside from your positions. Some may prefer one party, others another party, but listening to what is being done and the willingness to achieve this. We should have Giorgio Mulè, who is a member of the 9th Committee of and you are the spokesperson of the parliamentary groups of Forza Italia at the Chamber of Deputies and Senate, yes? I think I'm going to be killed. So I've been told how nice 5G is, but it's not just nice to be implemented. This has to be done at the local level in Italy, unfortunately. And I'm saying this, and I'm taking full responsibility for it, not because I'm a ZTE manager, but also for my past experience, bringing 5G in the various municipalities and how municipalities will react to this 5G technology, we don't come out looking too well, So I'd like you to tell us what happened, because not everybody knows, and what is going on, thanks to some political and parliamentary initiatives, important ones, to make Italy move up the ranking. Yes, thank you. And I apologize because I'm in a corridor and I have to go back in for voting. So I'll take you in with me, even though I shouldn't do this. Well, thank you. Very stimulating debate. I listened to the last contributions. What I'd like to stress is that there's a cross-sectoral approach. Both all the parties are in favor of progress that has to be orderly now from the standpoint of decision makers. So from my point of view, what is important in the case of technologies such as 5G is to establish a legislative framework that is clear, that leaves no doubts. And this is happened. So we have a beautiful country, but we sometimes do not offer certainty to businesses that invest millions or billions in a technology that can mark a turning point in life. So these companies that want to have a certain regulatory framework within which they can work, and this hasn't happened. So at the Transport Committee, I found myself in talking to the government with regard to this, because there are some ordinances that interrupt the process of installing 5G equipment. And this is something cultural, as Mr. Carabetta and the previous colleague. So we have to overcome a gap. When we talk about a trial, people thought that it was something of a medical nature. So, for example, with regard to electromagnetic waves, there was a lot of publications that was a bit distorted and made people think of brains frying due to electromagnetic waves. And this led to the fact that there are people who perhaps are not knowledgeable of these matters, and this created some alarm regarding the fears of 5G. I know that the Professor Blefari Melazzi and others too explained that this is absolutely unfounded, but the parameters that we have in Italy are tenfold lower compared to the parameters set abroad. But this is said. Sorry, I have to go back in. This created a sort of a gap between what actually is the fact and what has been done. Unfortunately, we can't hear the gentleman very well. I apologize. Yes, we have a connection issue. So, no, unfortunately, the audio isn't very good. I can't hear. Is this better now? Asks the speaker. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. So, as I was saying, no, we can't hear him. I apologize. We need 5G at the Chamber of Deputies. Now, I think I've changed my connection, should be better. These are the privileges of members of parliament. So, having a European framework, which is something fundamental, and then the more there is harmony, then the more certainty is that companies will have and therefore will be encouraged to invest in our country in a technology that isn't or can't be challenged because, well, we're talking about 5G. ZTE knows this very well. In America and China, they're working at even more advanced technologies than this. So the effort that we need to make from the standpoint of clarity is what ZTE is doing in a very transparent way. It has resorted to international certifications to prove that these alleged dangers that do exist with regard to the exchange of information and the protection of data in relation to 5G technology, well, to make sure that there's no ambiguity to this regard. So neither the state should have any doubts, as companies shouldn't have. So therefore, we need to have a regulatory framework that leaves no room to doubts and that can help settle all issues. Thank you, Mr. Moulet. I know that you're all very busy, so thank you for having given us some of your time, and I hope that even the other speakers and those who will follow, I hope that we'll have the opportunity to have another public debate that is both open and transparent, being physically present in the coming months in order to keep on talking and find a sort of leitmotif for Italy with regard to new technologies and 5G in particular. So thank you, Mr. Muller. I've been told that we now have Mr. Federico Morricone with us of Fratelli d'Italia, who is again who is a member of the Culture, Science and Education Committee, who's an expert in this field, and yesterday, or rather the day before yesterday, launched a proposal that is very innovative, namely the manifesto for digital sovereignty. So something that fits into the national debate, but why not the European debate? Because it's something new. So we'd like you to talk about this, and we'd like to thank you for having found the time to be with us, given the voting.
Prego, onorevole Morricone.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think it's important to exchange views and opinions with the main stakeholders, both on the market and in the landscape relating to innovation in telecommunications. Have launched and announced that you're working on a manifesto for digital sovereignty, which will provide for the exchange of views with experts, insiders. So we'll be pleased to receive also observations and remarks by all the companies dealing with this if they want to do so. And it is of fundamental importance in view of what is happening in Europe, that is updating, upgrading the code as it has been announced by European Commissioner, because the code dates back to 2000. So Europe too understood this. As far as Italy is concerned, Fratelli d'Italia has been the first political party which in Parliament succeeded in being approved on the agenda this idea of the guiding paper which recognized digital sovereignty in view of the European landscape with the main partners in Europe in order to try and develop networks, infrastructures, also supplies which are necessary to achieve this, which can give an autonomy and independence from what has become a digital geopolitics. I would like to thank ZTE of the invitation. If I've been invited, you also know that the positions that our party has in this respect. My personal position, is very open to innovation, to development of networks, to 5G, if this is done by protecting health. And we know that there is this attention by municipalities, regional authorities, the ministry, and the operators as well. But this being said, clearly there is a theme, a geopolitical issue, whereby the pervasiveness and the penetration by companies like ZTE, Huawei on the Italian market, also in providing any provisions by big giant companies is something that we've seen with some concern, and we've submitted this issue also to the COPASI, to the Committee for Security in Parliament, and we think that this should exist apart from the market laws, that we are completely open to certain things that must be introduced. Protection systems must be introduced, protection must be introduced to avoid pervasiveness from the market, which is coming from some international situations where while we are being open, we Italians, European, we are open to the market as if the market were neutral. We actually know that it's a geopolitical instrument. Therefore, ZTE has a relationship with China worldwide, and yesterday the news was published of a software developed for facial recognition. We know what is happening in China with the Unicuri. This was a piece of news has been belied, but we must say that innovation is fine, but when innovation is developed, this was a case, and in Unix, a non-population developing software programs, as it was published yesterday, for face recognition. We are worried because, for instance, the mayor of Rome, Raggi, has made an agreement with Huawei on face recognition with the excuse of the territorial security at Colosseo. So we wonder whether these cameras, 5G cameras or not, and we do know that this issue of 5G is a bit slow to be disseminated because of the backwardness and obsolescence and delay of nations. But we're curious to understand whether these cameras at Colosseum will recognize the faces of Uiguri, and this would be a violation of human rights, which is not accepted in Italy. As to digital sovereignty, it's a very broad issue, and we accept an exchange of opinions and views, and with any companies like ZTE, Huawei, or others, also through the bilateral meetings that we have with very parliaments. This is the element to be tackled, because there are now digital continents, no more just national agents or like Facebook or all other digital platforms. We have billions of digital citizens, and we must, with the other countries and with Europe, and we must be able to update the regulation and harmonize it, both at national, at domestic, and at European level, so that we will not subject to the use conditions which are typical of contracts among private companies, where big multinational corporations, often connected to big countries or big continents, where they manage these relationships. So the freedom of expression is infringed upon. In some cases, human rights are infringed upon, like the case in Turkey of the journalist from Radio Radicale. Facebook had shut down his page. Then they apologized. But just think of the many cases. China, if you go to China, Facebook is not working, Twitter is not working, the big platforms are not working, others do function. So we're very worried of this digital geopolitics, because it is building a world, a kind of panopticon, a kind of apparent digital diorama, where it's like in a prison. You are controlled, manipulated, or surveyed. And I would like to close here, and I would say we are ready, and we've done it also in Parliament, in terms of single network or everything else. We are open to dialogue. Thank you very much for being extremely clear and available. I do hope that there will be the opportunity to meet you in person, not only via web, but to continue discussing and debating together. I wish you a successful work for the continuation of your parliamentary work. We have Member of Parliament Luciano Nobile, who is the Chief of Faction of Italia Libera for the ninth committee. I have a question which is not a provocative question. He is a person of experience, not only in this field, but generally speaking in terms of innovation, geopolitics, development and economy. We talk a lot and at length of a mention was made of the relationship between the Chinese companies and the Chinese government. But I'm thinking that actually this is what happens in Italy too. How many multinational corporations or very big Italian companies are fairly so under the control of the state, without discussing whether the Italian state is better than others, more beautiful, but the issue of control and the presence of big companies in contacts with their own governments is something which is nothing new. But the question is, how is it possible to harmonize in our country the will of big multinational corporations? I'm talking about mine, but we can talk of many others who want to invest in Italy. So how can we reconcile these needs with the need of growth of our country and also the need for balancing the expectations of Italians, the parliament, the government, and the expectations of big multinational corporations, which sometimes might stumble upon biases, prejudices, constraints, regulatory constraints. We have announced an investment of 1 billion euros, so it's not something that our company is thinking of. Is there an opportunity to harmonize? What can be done in Italy in order to create a balanced field of economic development? First of all, thank you. Unfortunately, this event is taking place in a very hectic day from a parliamentary point of view, so I couldn't follow all of the previous contributions. Some of them were very interesting, and I hope I have the opportunity, if you have material, to provide me with what has been said. First of all, thank you. I would like to thank ZTE for promoting this exchange of views, and also thank you. I'm not dodging your question, but it is a company which has invested in Italy and will continue to invest with Italian managers, with investments in our country, with jobs created in Italy, and this is certainly very positive. And we believe in an open society. We don't believe in nationalism, and we believe in a fair and healthy competition. Clearly, when we talk about networks and important networks like digital infrastructures, and this would be true also for physical infrastructures as well, there are interests of other kind which are at stake, and geopolitical issues which go far beyond national borders. We believe in a multilateral approach. Now we have the issue of the relationship between Europe and China, New America, New China. There are issues which are important. I'm quite sensitive to this issue. I'm also the president of the Italia Ticket Intergroup. I think that it is possible to build a positive balance which is in the interest of Europe.
Il 5G in particolare è una autentica
5G is a real revolution, is not like some people think wrongly. Why am I saying people might wrongly think? Because it's one of the main problems we have in Italy, and that is certified by the index, and our rule of thumb experience in the world of citizens and that of businesses, we're not talking about public administrations, we have a huge cultural problems in terms of 5G and innovation more in general. On digital transformation of the country, we must work on this. The positive thing is, though, with the differences you have highlighted, as we've heard from the various representatives of different parties, I can give you a positive element, in particular those who deal with these issues, but in general, and I see that in our committee and our parliament, as to the issue of digital infrastructures for our country, there is a possible comprehensive agreement which goes beyond the party borders. So in all political forces, there is a shared and widespread awareness that the present, not even the future, but the present of our country is at stake here. And this is of fundamental importance, and this was made much clearer to all of us by the pandemic for all businesses which had to resort to smart working, to all families which were forced to resort to remote learning. So everybody has become aware of how much this is a fundamental piece of the future development of the country. 5G is not what is after 4G and 3G, but it's a real revolution. You certainly have explained all of this. You don't need me to do so. You've explained the huge opportunities offered by this technology in terms of possible applications basically in every economic sector, the industrial sector, agricultural sector, the public administrations, health, care, tourism. At a moment like this, the possibility of visiting even cities or cultural sites, speed, provide the possibility of transferring data in unprecedented amounts and unprecedented speed. And I think you already also discussed the fact that if in other sectors, I'm unfortunately thinking of the ultra broadband, Italy is lagging behind. In terms of 5G, we've been the pioneers in Europe. We've done a great type of work. I'm thinking of the action plan in 2017, the experiments being started, and I'm thinking also of the auction of the frequencies, and which led to quite considerable revenues, much higher than what was expected for the Italian government. So all of this is pushing us to be quite determined. We have submitted to the government the shock plan, Italia Viva. The shock plan is a plan in order to release physical infrastructures and revive also digital infrastructures. Some steps forward with the simplification decree has been achieved, in particular on an issue which is another crucial problem, and I'm going to cut a long story short. That is the fake news, because if we do have cybersecurity, we do have geopolitical relations, we have huge opportunities offered by 5G to Italy and Europe and our future, but we also have the STEM, which is represented by disinformation. I will not mention them names, but I had to deal with members of parliament who are colleagues who during the dramatic weeks of the pandemic told me, you are taking care of this issue of innovation. Isn't that we have a kind of correlation between the dissemination of 5G network and dissemination or the spreading of COVID? Seems incredible. Even in the House of Deputies and the Senate, prejudices and biases like this were present. And what we can do, in particular with the mayors and tools that we've set, which must be implemented, we can't afford to stop the development of a country on a crucial sector because of the anxiety to get consensus, which is achieved by just relying on kind of people disseminating fake news. We cannot afford that. And a crucial part of the recovery plan for Italy, as for the rest of the continent, is connected to the digital issues of fundamental importance, because certain transformations, the way we are here in Italy, if we don't get Europe to help us, on the one hand with resources, on the other hand with a commitment on these issues, the risk is that this will continue to be lagging behind on our agenda. Thank you very much for your clarity. Thank you for providing us with an insight of the situation and for outlining what needs to be done in our country for the future. You hinted at fake news, and we get into the scientific panel. So I'll leave the floor and the stage to Lucia.
Thank you, Alessio. I'll immediately introduce our guests. From the academic world, we'll have Edoardo Alessio, who is the rector of the University of L'Aquila, a university that has been collaborating for some time with ZTE regarding 5G. Alessio has stepped down, so I can take my mask off. Then we have Professor Nicola Blefari-Palazzi, who's the director of CNIT, the National Consortium, the Inter-University Consortium for Telecommunications. This is the consortium, as I mentioned, that oversees the ZTE Cybersecurity Lab. Now, luckily, we have Professor Giuseppe Bianchi here with us, who teaches telecommunications and network security at the University of Rome Tor Vergata, and Professor Fabio Graziosi, who teaches telecommunications at the University of L'Aquila. So, I would give the floor directly to the rector of the University of L'Aquila, if he's ready. I would like him to give us an overview of his cooperation with ZTE, and then I'd like to ask him a very specific question, a question that we often ask ourselves concerning electromagnetic fields. So, Rector, if you can hear me, I'd like to ask you, this is what we ask ourselves, what is the impact on health? I leave you the floor. They're telling me that maybe he's not connected. No, I'm here. No, sorry. I thought I'd switched on my microphone, but it was actually switched off. Don't worry, we won't have these mistakes anymore with 5G technology. Yes, exactly. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your kind invitation to this important event on why be afraid of 5G. The contribution I'd like to offer consists of two aspects. Well, with my university, I took part in the trial with ZTE, whom I'd like to thank for having decided to invest in Italy through a research lab, an important one, which we believe greatly in. And the second aspect that I'd like to stress is that I'm the rector of the University of L'Aquila, but I'm also a physician who deals with molecular oncology, which is often the aspect that is often touched on with regard to the risk of exposure to electromagnetic waves. Let's proceed by order. I think that the risks are very limited and difficult to identify, at least based on the current trial. The issue is that there are opinion movements that emphasize these risks, and these are tied to a general attitude that is very widespread in our country, unfortunately, that could be defined of no to everything. So let's think about the no to the building of infrastructure and the use of certain foods such as palm oil or genetically modified plant organisms would be very useful, but which are animal experiments and the use of vaccines, and recently 5G too. These are attitudes of opposition which could be overcome easily with sound reasoning and formal scientific demonstrations, but often they become part of an ideology. They are taken on by groups and parties, political parties too. So it's not healthy to have, it's not that it isn't healthy to have doubts. All the population is entitled to have doubts about innovation. The doubts and skepticism stems from the same roots as science. Unfortunately, these positions take on a different course and reach stances that are very difficult to reconcile and can be even harmful. So what is important is widespread information and correct information. I will only briefly touch on medical aspects, not certainly geopolitical aspects relating to information security, or IT security. But from this point of view, I'd just like to narrate an anecdote. Many years ago, when I was young and I was graduating from medical school, and I decided to tackle a very important issue, namely the impact of electromagnetic fields, extremely low-frequency electromagnetic fields that come from the domestic grid, so very widespread, using some biological models, being sure that, as was proven, the impact was virtually close to zero. However, in that same period, some studies were published that related electric pipelines, electricity network, grid, and leukemia. And this obviously discouraged our research. And so we were in the middle of trying to develop the use of magnetic fields to treat some rheumatic disease, and we had to stop based on two papers that were confuted by the authorities, especially and including the NIH, where I was working at the time, and to the extent that a panel of American scientists asked the U.S. president, namely Bush at the time, to stop financing research on electric and magnetic fields because it was inconclusive and liable to spread fake news. And I have the impression I'm reliving these moments when I talk about things that are harmful to public health and 5G frequencies being harmful to public health. In Italy, we have very low levels of exposure, as mentioned by other speakers, and moreover, we have no data on the possible impact of these fields on public health. Their intensity is quite low, and moreover, these are frequencies that have already been used in everyday life, for example, for telecommunications, for television, at least some of these frequencies. So I believe that, well, as the previous speakers mentioned, claiming that 5G is dangerous in a picturesque way and connecting it to the current pandemic or unlikely cancers that could be developed in mouses treated for dozens of hours in an experimental model, that it would be a surrogate of human exposure is very unlikely. So, Rector, it's important to have correct information. Yes, absolutely. I think that today's event is, how can I say, an important expression of wanting to clarify matters on the part of the company, and that's only fair. And also, I think that this needs to be repeated by those who deal with science at the peripheral level. So you, as a university, how do you communicate this? What are you doing? Well, we haven't communicated this, but this is what I was about to say. Together with my colleague Graziosi, I will suggest organizing within the framework of our institutional activities a day of dissemination, and we'll invite colleagues who have dealt or deal with research on biological interferences to clarify medical and biological aspects. Okay. And we'll invite you, of course. Okay. We'll invite the businesses who are interested, stakeholders and decision makers. This is something that is necessary. I'm not criticizing people who have doubts. I think it's essential to have doubts, but we have to clarify doubts. Businesses and institutions, universities have to their duty, the hard task, hard but important, to clarify and provide correct information. Okay, thank you for your contribution, because you are a physician, so he also clarified the many doubts that we had. I would like to take advantage of having Professor Bianchi here with us, and with you, I'd like to talk. Here we talked about doubts from a medical point of view. Other doubts could pertain to security. I'd like to talk about 5G and cybersecurity. It's something that we often hear talk about, which seems a bit vague or unclear. So how does it work? What is happening? Well, yes, I would like to show you some slides. I don't want to act as a professor, but a debate requires more clarity. As the rector was quite rightly saying, the debate becomes too general. Now, regarding security, there are two basic mistakes that characterize this debate, and two severe mistakes. The first issue is, I'm sorry for this complicated slide, which I won't explain. People think that the 5G system is one. No, the 5G system is made up of various components, where we have some components in safe areas and others in less safe areas. When we talk about the safety of these components, it's one thing to security to distributed to fine antenna. Clearly, we can use manufacturers from all over the world without any issues. It's something quite different to when we need to have a bit more security with the treasure chest of 5G, i.e. where our data is stored. And clearly, this is a key area where, as a government, I would like to pay more attention and to check what's in there. So be careful. This slide is important because it tells us that security levels vary. It's not just one thing, as we often hear in discussions, but each piece has this issue. The second technical mistake, and I'm sorry to have to bring them up like this, we often think of security as an absolute value. It's a red pen mistake. When we talk about security, we have to say, who is the attacker? We always obviously compare security in terms of attacks. It's one thing to be secure about an occasional attack, and it's another thing to be secure against a sort of government-like attack now. So from a different point of view, the key point is that we didn't conceive 5G to be less secure, because often in debate we hear that 5G is a security issue. No, it's safer and more secure than other networks. We engineered it better. And now I'd just like to show you the new security elements, aspects that we have put. We have better communication in terms of service integrity and privacy of users. So there are many aspects that make 5G safer and more secure than other networks. Obviously, if the attacker is the one who develops the components, then we have to be careful. And here, and I apologize for going to date, here we go into the manufacturing of components. Now, it's not said that the vulnerability lies in the fact that there's a backdoor, but maybe there's a bug, an implementation issue that we have to examine very carefully. And that is why we need many eyes and skills to look at this. And that is why you were suggesting that we're lacking training. We need to have many eyes and we need to train. Yes, there's a lot of training. Can we have the slide back? Thank you. Because I have another slide that talks about the real issue is that people think that training is something easy to do. But the issue is, and I brought some statistics here, this is a survey carried out by an Italian researcher who works abroad, unfortunately, who analyzed the shortage of cybersecurity skills, and it shows that about 80% of companies are unable to find people who have the right eyes to look out for certain things. And it says here that some security positions have been open for more than 9 days. So the real issue is that we're missing human resources. We need to have people who can see these things and analyze them. But it's complicated because it's not a question of solving a straightforward issue. This is the set of skills we need. This is analysis carried out in the UK, which shows that there are 19 areas where we need to have skills. So it's not a university subject. It's a lot of stuff. There's a 20th area, and which is wider specific skills. Sorry about the technical slides, but sometimes we need them. Yes, it also helps us understand that this is a very complex topic. We can't talk about it in just a few minutes, but you've been very clear, so stay with us. I'd like to call Professor Blefari Melazzi, who is the president of CNIT, and the cooperation it has initiated with ZTE, and we've talked about also cybersecurity. What is your work and what is the importance of your work?
Se ci sente. Eccolo, io lo vedo.
I see him. We can't hear you. Here, we don't have 5G yet. We're going to get equipped. Is that a problem with this microphone? I changed the microphone. Now we hear you well. Good evening, and thank you for the invitation. I represent CNET, which is a consortium made up of 37 universities, including the University of L'Aquila, with which we have a lot of relations. And I would like to dwell on just one figure, which is number of projects which are in place right now. 124 by CNET, Italian projects with Italian regions, with ministries, with the European Space Agency, with the Italian Space Agency, with different national and international functions, with various countries, with China, United States, with South Korea, Taiwan, India, Israel, and more recently also with Saudi Arabia. We have a very wide spectrum of collaborations and cooperations. This framework, we're very pleased. We started this cooperation with ZTE. If we want to talk about 5G, we can continue on what has been said by Director Lessa before. Now, I have two simple slides which I can show. Otherwise, we can see it without them. Can you show them? Right. Here we are. We see them here. Can you see them? Sure, we do. Fine. It is known that in technologies there are two spheres. On the left-hand side, I showed a cover talking about the electricity outage in New England. 5G is going to be like electricity, like an enabler like electricity. We see fewer people of the dissemination of electricity, which people consider to be less safe than gas in terms of lighting. And this is what we have today. While coming to electromagnetic fields, the starting point is what has already been mentioned, the WHO, the Italian High Health Institute, which state that there are no problems or health effects with exposures to wireless technologies. And we have three questions. First of all, why are we afraid of electromagnetic fields? Maybe the word radiation contributes in this because it reminds us of a whole series of fears, ionizing radiation, nuclear explosions, so on and so forth. And then secondly, we do not understand why we fear 5G but not 4, 3G or 2G because the frequencies are neighboring. Why do we fear base stations and not smartphones, which are much closer than the base stations to us? And coming to facts, we need to write and keep them into account. First of all, the legal thresholds are cumulative, and this means that if we add 5G, we add fields to these thresholds. The threshold remains the same. So it's the summation of 5G and the previous generations which must stay below the famous 6 volts per meter. So it's not that by introducing this technology in itself will exceed these thresholds. These thresholds, as it was said many times, are the lowest in the world. Frequencies are contiguous to 3 and 4G, except for millimeter waves, which are not used today in Italy and have received limited interest also in auctions as of now, and will be used for propagation distance also in situation of low potency. And the third point I would like to stress, and we've also have an article which quite modestly received an award as the best article out of 550 others, showing that there is an interest in this theme, and apart from the good features of the article, more base stations reduce emissions, because the smaller the cells, the thicker them, the more I have to reduce emissions, so that I'm not going to disturb the neighboring base stations. It's not done for ethical reasons, it's done for ethical reasons. 2 or 3 slides very quickly. So let's imagine that we are covering Rome with one single base station. This must be very powerful to give light to all of them. If we put many of them smaller, the emissions are reduced and the capacity, network capacity increases. Increase the number, the power can be reduced, capacity increases, and so on and so forth. So this makes us understand that infrastructures are important. This new world we are entering. Yes, this is shown by this picture. If I put just one beacon or a very strong light, but the capacity of the network is not enough and the power is very high. But if we have many street lamps, I have a much more capable network, low emissions, but I need to use many more poles. So this will be even more so with 5G in the future, where I need an increasing number of antennas to cover in a far-reaching way with low power all the cities. So we need to know it from now. The more we place them there, the better, from every point of view, apart from the cost point of view. We need to do that, and this is very important. I'm going to ask you a last question, which many people are wondering, at least for us not being experts in this field. 5G will not only mean a more performing cell phone for us, right? I could skip all of this, which comes here, and I'll show you one final picture, which is a bulb. I realized today while I was talking that I was starting with the example of electricity. I can close with this example. Electricity was created to turn up on bulbs, but we all know what we can do with electricity today. It's impossible to think who might have thought years ago that we would use cars on electricity. The same is true for 5G and fixed telecommunication networks. Both of them provide enabling infrastructure which, like electricity, give us the opportunity to provide services in all sectors, from agriculture to tourism, transport, which I don't see there on the right-hand side. Last thing I would like to add, which I think is important, is that, and I always mention this, showing the picture, 5G does not only mean the part going from the smartphone to the antenna, only the radio part, because the part which is behind there, which Professor Bianchi was mentioning 10 minutes ago, the part behind this antenna, which is a network which comes software integrated with the cloud, where we can think of and develop and implement all of these services which are represented here. We're not going to list them because they've been mentioned by many people, so they're known to everybody, but potentially they are endless, as endless is the use of electricity. It is an enabler. Probably director wanted to add something. No, sorry. But, however, I would like to thank Professor Blefari Melazzi because he explained many very well, and I would like to go back to L'Aquila. I would like to thank Professor Graziosi for his patience. I would like to ask him what's the work, the type of work we're doing with ZTE in L'Aquila, and what are the applications of 5G in our daily life, but also in the industrial sector as well. Good evening to all of you. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we hear you. Fine. Great. I do realize by listening to the previous presentations, which have been extremely interesting, I realize that I'm the first one to give evidence of the activity from the frontier, from the experiments in the first area where actually the activity has been carried out. So I'd like to try and provide you with a testimony from this point of view. First of all, we can say that, as it was mentioned many times, the evolution brought about by 5G from a technological point of view is certainly interesting and worth of attention, as Professor Blefari said, which is not limited just to the radio component, but it's much more complex and structures. But in my opinion, it's much more interesting, important, and not not sufficiently stressed is the ability to develop new models. This is a theme on which experiments, and we keep on calling it like this, despite the misunderstanding, shall not simply stop at implementing this technological solution and measuring the capacities with some use cases, which I can list, which are a kind of sample of what Professor Blefari was mentioning before, but it has to go far beyond, and it is going beyond that. This was also mentioned by the previous speakers and counterparts, in particular Under Secretary Liuzzi, as to the fact that the ministry is continuing to lay or rely on the knowledge and skills developed in trial activities. They are basing the development of new application models and business models. In L'Aquila, the 4 sectors which have been involved range from mobility, healthcare, precision agriculture, safety and security in the urban field, enhancing cultural assets and structural monitoring, buildings, bridges, towers, viaducts, all the infrastructures which can be of interest from the point of view of checking the condition and identifying cases of vulnerability or alert which are needed to manage their maintenance. These are the issues we worked on, but I would like to repeat once again that from a technological point of view, for sure, there are aspects for those who deal with telecommunications, like as we do, which are extremely interesting, but I keep on saying that the really important aspect is the possibility of making a system available, which among all of the requisites we mentioned can also add another one, the reliability guaranteed in contractual terms, we can say, from the point of view of those offering the connectivity service, which was not present in the previous generations. This becomes enabling in terms of the healthcare sector, and it's extremely relevant today. Without the certainty in terms of quality of guaranteed connectivity and the signed in the contract aspects connected to healthcare are not implemented. They become extremely critical. 5G eliminates this aspect. It introduces elements of guarantees in terms of contract terms, which require, however, important investment in terms of the network, and it is necessary to make the network far-reaching and taps on some features so that those investing in the money can have different opportunities of service with one single network. So you can say with one single network, sensors measuring the gas or water that you use at home with a reduced amount of data to be transmitted, but it's also possible at the same time. It is possible to manage the mission and safety critical services for which the guarantee in terms of delay through which information is transmitted and the band capacity made available must absolutely be guaranteed with a certain patent, which also signed in the contract. This aspect is of fundamental importance, and it is active some potentials in terms of entrepreneurial development, which are such to produce value for the communities where this is taking place. And this is another fundamental aspect, 5G, which we see today as a first commercial offer, is in direct relationship with the previous generations. At the beginning, so initially we're starting to sell a service based on a smartphone with a series of additional features compared to previous generations. There is the other part to be taken into account, which is what we've seen in the list of services presented by Professor Brefali, that is all of those things requiring considerable attention and dissemination or the development of widespread awareness from political decision makers, universities, research centers, which must support the development of these models, and technological companies which are aiming at repositioning themselves in their different way in this scenario. Very last question to you. You spoke of the 4 sectors you worked in with 5G. L'Aquila is a city that we all remember also for the terrible earthquake. Could there be a technological application to prevent or help when the danger comes, to help people? Yes, and it's exactly the use case which has been mostly developed and has the feature of maturity, for which the conditions are there to promote an entrepreneurial development. And we're working in this respect also in connection with the Ministry of Economic Development and the structural monitoring of buildings and more in general structures. This application has a very interesting feature in terms of testing 5G because it is probing 2 separate aspects. The use of a very far-reaching dissemination of sensing systems which collect data, which must be then translated into useful information to know the condition of structures. On the other hand, also in case of a seismic event, the ability to immediately react and the guarantee of transferring information, and this must be made available to systems which must react to critical scenarios, which represents another typical asset of 5G. Another aspect which is extremely relevant, apart from this theme, which has become the theme of reference, a more mature one, there is an essential fact, a place where an event occurred like the one of 2009 in L'Aquila has created very peculiar conditions. I wouldn't say favorable conditions because it is being actually clashing with the experience, but very peculiar conditions from the point of view of the vision that the territorial system has for the future. In other words, what is generally described as the so-called greenfield, a framework within which there are not so much many constraints as we had in the past to have to keep well-established development trajectories in relation to which technology must be connected. But there is a kind of white piece of paper where the future and development trajectories can be drawn. And this makes it possible, if the necessary interventions take place, are implemented, to use these leverages in a positive way. And I would say that the very bad experience we had is a bad experience which is relating in the whole world. So it's an approach that now I think could find a wide use in terms of technological leverage, as it is clear that is the social economic development. Thank you, because you gave us concrete examples, and I would like to ask Director if she's still there with us, whether after listening to us, I'm going to ask Bianchi whether he has some conclusions to draw in this day when we exchanged our views.
If the rector can't hear us, I would address the same question to my guest. Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. Some technological issue. Yes. No, I was just wondering if there's anything. Yes, the thing I'd like to say at the end of this overview, and again, from a medical point of view, is that the thing that we should do is to think about the cost-benefit ratio of things, based also on what Professor Graziosi said at the end of his contribution. So, faced with a risk which seems to be non-existent, we can perhaps appreciate a number of benefits that concern public health, for example, or I imagine telemedicine or telesurgery, home interventions or remote monitoring of pharmacological compliance, assistance on board vehicles and ambulances. These are all things that, it would be very difficult to implement without this technology. So I think that the ratio is more in favor of benefits rather than risks. Now, the same question. Now, Professor Melazzi, if you still can hear us, do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to share for this afternoon after having heard the other speakers, since you're accustomed to uniting various universities? Yes. One of the things that I'm most pleased about regarding this agreement is to work through viral systems and to gain experience in matters that are pioneering today. And this for our students too. And that's also a form of attraction. As Professor Bianchi said, we have a major issue of attracting students. Italy ranks last in Europe in terms of graduates, university graduates in computer and information technology. So a lab and an experience on the field can help attract students. So we hope that this can help us have more students enroll or at our university and other universities. So we shouldn't be afraid of enrolling at university either. Yes, exactly. So let's go back to the world of cybersecurity. You explained it in a technical but detailed way, and we need this. If you had to convince a 4-year-old kid not to be afraid, what would you say? I would give him the example of a room that needs to be cleaned. So making a system safe is like cleaning a room. You never know whether it's clean, but the more eyes that observe it and the more tools you use, then the cleaner the room. What is essential is that there is nothing that can be defined as a clean room or a dirty room. It depends on how many eyes that observe it and how much time you can spend working. So where do we stand? And, with ZTE, our goal is to have more eyes observing things, and as an external partner and obviously understanding what is there, to offer some suggestion as to which carpentry, lift, or what to go and look at. So I'm very pleased that there is openness on the part of vendors to engage in these kind of activities. We learn, and they can have some benefits because more eyes to observe, the better. So it's a win-win situation, but we need knowledge. The conclusion I would draw, based on the title of this conference, we need knowledge to understand and not to be afraid. And we've seen this in our country with the Immuni app. In various situations, we're a bit afraid of technology because we know nothing about it. Exactly. When you know about it, you know what you're using and you know what the implications are and you know what the issues are too. But knowledge is healthy information, thanks to the social media. And this is a world that I don't know and I don't want to imagine is very distorted. Now, the thing about the interference of electromagnetic fields is really ridiculous, This is something that we teach at university in Titan cells to reduce emissions, and now we hear these kind of things which are unfounded, and these things are fueled by the social media, which perhaps deserves more attention. But this is a totally different chapter. Yes, absolutely. But it was also important to stress this because the academic world has also the task and the duty to open our eyes and help us understand how things stand to avoid being afraid of 5G, and also to move better and to tackle the future in a better way. Now, I would like to ask Alessio if we're ready to turn the page. I'd like to thank all our guests because they really offered an important contribution. Thank you. Thank you.
Bene, facciamo...
Very well. Let's have a quick change, not of topic, but of analysis. We heard the academic world, the institutions, politicians, scientists. Now let's talk, and I think our connection is ready so that we can see him in the video and greet him. We'd like to talk with FTTH. This is the jingle, of course. Here we are. FTTH is a large international European association. It's fiber to the home. That's what it deals with. This word that has been part and parcel of our everyday world, you know, it's of everyday use. My mom was asking me if I have fiber at home, to the home. And do you remember when we were using telefaxes? And that was the utmost in terms of connection. Now we're talking about fiber, we're talking about 5G. And somebody talked about 6G. Somebody mentioned that. So the world is really moving forward very quickly. Today we have the privilege and pleasure. So we're so used to wearing a mask that even when you don't need it, because I'm 10 meters away from everybody else, I keep on wearing it. We have the privilege and pleasure of having Vincent Garnier, who is the Director General of FTTH Europe Council, this major association which deals with the issues tied to the development of fiber. It may not be that well known to the public at large, but it plays an important role in support and guidance in an area that has become familiar to us. What is fiber? What is behind fiber? How many people work on this and how many are studying it and promoting it? This is a major topic, not just an Italian one, but also international and above all, European. So I would like to thank Vincent, who is in Brussels, for having connected with us and for having accepted this invitation. We're working with Vincent as a TE to develop the activities I described earlier within FTTH. I'd like to ask him two questions, and I'll leave him the floor to answer. The first one is, in a changing world, in an increasingly faster world where there is competition, of course, but where I think we can say there has to be fair competition, what role can a big association now, without going into the details, such as FTTH Council Europe, what does it do? What does this association do in its everyday life? And then the second question, Vincent, is, are you afraid of 5G?
Grazie Alessio. Non mi avevi detto che devo fare rappresentazioni.
Thank you, Alessio. I had told me that I had to speak in Italian. I apologize because my Italian is very basic.
That is fine. Let me just readjust my my camera. Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm really grateful to be invited to speak at this event.
Oh, scusa, faccio in tempo a farti un saluto.
Sorry?
No problem. Abbiamo, non so, qualcuno... Vabbè, siamo sempre in diretta.
We're live, so there might be some additional problems. Somebody who actually entered the connection, so we're going to talk about spying then. No, you can go on. You can go on.
Okay, is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just explaining that Mr. Hukun and his team have been very important participants to our annual conference a week ago, and I'm therefore delighted to be here today. Before I address your first question, Alessio, about competition, let me say some words about our organization that you briefly introduced, and which counts, by the way, ZTE as one of its 160 members. The FTTH Council Europe is a trade association bringing together all stakeholders of the fiber industry having activity in Europe. Every member is treated on an equal basis, active and passive vendors from small businesses to international groups, operators showing concrete fiber deployment plan, investors or financial institutions, as well as academics. We all believe that full fiber networks are the future-proof, climate-friendly infrastructure which enable innovative digital technologies and services. We see this as a crucial prerequisite for safeguarding Europe's global competitiveness while playing a leading global role in sustainability. And our objective is therefore to accelerate ubiquitous full fiber-based connectivity throughout Europe. Concretely, we are producing studies, reports to help the industry understand and leverage the benefits of fiber networks. We are advising regulators and policymakers through our contributions to EU recommendations and directives. And our flagship event, the FTTH conference, attracts over 3,000 delegates every year and took place virtually earlier in December. So we see ourselves as experts in all things related to fiber to the home networks, but also as a place where all of our members can network and generate multiple business opportunities. Now, Alessio, if I go back to your question, we are seeing fair competition between all stakeholders of the fiber market as a key driver for the development of fiber networks. We have noticed in the past that telecom markets with a healthy and dynamic competitive environment are more likely to invest in new technologies like fiber or 5G and satisfy consequently the needs of end users. So from this perspective, we are aligned with the objective and principles promoted by the EU on fair competition.
Thank you, Vincent, for this part.
Please.
Are you afraid about 5G?
Do I look afraid? Do I look afraid? No, I can tell you, on the contrary, Fiber to the Home Council Europe is embracing the opportunity that 5G represents. For us, 5G is fiber's best friend, and vice versa. Let me tell you why. Compared to the previous generation, 5G mobile networks are delivering much more data with a much lower latency. And to keep it simple, let's say that 5G is more than 10 times faster than 4G, and that its latency is also 10 times shorter. So fiber is the only technology, broadband technology, capable of delivering such a large volume of data to the new 5G antennas. The other technology do not offer enough bandwidth and are not able to satisfy the lower latency that 5G requires. Therefore, every 5G antenna must be connected to a full fiber access network. In addition, 5G networks require more antennas than the equivalent 4G mobile network we know today. The higher frequency version of 5G, using millimeter wave spectrum, will impose up to 20 times more antenna density than 4G. So you will see antenna being a few hundred meters away from users in dense urban areas in order to deliver the best of 5G to all subscribers. So in summary, 5G cannot exist without full fiber access network. And as 5G antenna networks develop in scope, in density, the need for fiber will grow exponentially. Now, it's clear based on that the FTTH Council can only welcome the development of 5G. There is an obvious complementarity between 5G and the numerous applications of full fiber network as the underlying infrastructure enabling 5G services. 5G will be only built on a robust fiber foundation. Now, each 5G network do not necessarily need to have its own dedicated fiber access infrastructure. And that point is very important. If 5G and FTTH networks are designed as a converged system, significant cost saving can be made. During our last annual conference, we revealed the result of our second study aimed at quantifying the potential cost saving which could be made by building converged 5G fiber networks. The first FTTH 5G convergence study that was released in 2019 had revealed that an optimally converged network for both 5G and FTTH could eliminate between 65 and 96% of the cost of a standalone fiber network for 5G. The additional study we just released considers the situation of phased rollout, which starts with FTTH and which is finalized 5 years later with connection to all 5G antennas. And actually, it demonstrates the relation between the percentage of spare capacity left in the original FTTH deployment and the future cost of 5G rollout. I'm sorry, it's a bit complex, but in a nutshell, this second study demonstrates that adding the necessary spare capacity to your FTTH network from the beginning with limited extra cost only costs 5%, only costs 1% additional cost. But if you don't do that, it means that your future fiber network to 5G could cost you 2-3 times more than what it should do if you had anticipated that. As we see, it makes full sense for telecom operators to coordinate 5G and FTTH deployment to optimize the combined cost of these infrastructure. Another point, despite what I've just explained, some are trying to present 5G and fiber as competitor. So should we be afraid of 5G as an alternative technology potentially replacing fiber to the home? It's actually a good question, but sometimes the subject is often misrepresented. So let me explain briefly. 5G has the potential to deliver speed up to 1 gigabit, which is superior to what most fixed broadband subscription currently offer, including some full fiber offer, which are not using yet the full potential of their network. So instead of deploying a fixed fiber line to each home, some operator could be tempted to use their local 5G antenna and deliver the broadband services wirelessly to each individual home. At the FTTH Council Europe, we consider that this hybrid solution called fixed wireless access is less reliable and less future-proof than a full fiber fixed link to each household. And while we understand that it can be seen as an attractive intermediate solution, which can be rapidly deployed, especially to address connectivity in low density area, we don't actually recommend this as a long-term solution. We're not really afraid of this technology. We are more afraid of the confusion it can create on market and in the mind of policymaker. We don't see it as having the capacity to compete on the long term directly with full fiber technology. As I said, 5G is fiber's best friend. Both technologies are complementing each other. But what really scares me, if you ask me, Alessio, is the idea that Europe could not deliver on its essential goals to build a digital and sustainable society in reasonable time. Full fiber networks are the fundamental infrastructure enabling 5G applications and many other digital services. The current pandemic has proven how essential this technology can be to mitigate the challenges we are facing. And there are certainly many other challenges looming ahead. At the FTTH Council Europe, we are convinced that 5G, like fiber, will be increasingly instrumental in the transformation of our society for the decades to come. We should look at this subject with a long-term and strategic view. We are not building network to address today's needs. What is at stake is the capacity for Europe to be a place where our children can prosper safely and happily. It's about the next generation. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention. Thanks again to ZTE for having invited me. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Vincent, thank you so much for an important contribution for your speech. I think we are on the same way to give new job opportunities. And I'm speaking not only for ZTE, but for all the telecommunication world. I think it's important to have a clear vision, and today you better explain, better than me, the vision and the future. So thank you so much. I hope to see you soon in Brussels after this particular moment will finish. Grazie. Thank you so much. Grazie Vincent.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Ciao. Ciao. E Vincent Garnier che...
And Vincent Garnier, as you've seen, has explained what this large association does, lighting a light on the international scene, and has ideally introduced us to the last but least panel, the one before the last panel. We have some very important guests. We have 3 friends, without scandalizing anybody. I think we can say that. We're all happy to have them here because I think they will help enrich our debate so far. So I think we should have Benny Cohen from Israel connected with us. And let's just see whether he's connected so that you can see him. So as you can see, Benny was a great advisor of Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli Prime Minister and Nobel Prize for Peace. And Benny was one of his close collaborators and advisors, and he covered important positions in Israel. So for me, personally, because I've known him for many years, but for all of us, it is important to listen to the contribution that Benny can give us and the contribution that our other guests that are here with me today and with Lucia. On my left-hand side, Marco Carmelos, former ambassador. He was a former ambassador in Iraq and a diplomatic advisor of 3 prime ministers. I'll stop here, otherwise I may run into some blunders because his curriculum is very long. And then we have Giancarlo Margelletti, who is president of the International Studies Center, a person who even recently, Andrea corrects, the speaker corrects himself. He was on national television because, Andrea, you were very unwell. I would just like to prefer to consider myself just president of the Center for International Studies and advisor of the defense minister. Well, we're very happy to have you here. My question for Benny, because we're moving towards, this is the geopolitical panel, so I'd like to thank Mr. Margelletti and Carnelos to be here. We've talked about the world.
Translator somewhere, yes. But
can you hear me? Can you hear the English translation? Sorry, can you hear? I'm not sure. Mr. Cohen, can you hear the English translation?
Your perception, based on your experience and your vision about, let me say, the new world regarding the great changes we discussed today and we will have in the future. How will be the...
I had an aunt. She was born in 1905. She died about 20 years ago. And she told me that when she was born, there were almost no cars. Of course, few airplanes. Not really. They had telephone and gramophone and whatever. And she lived through the century, and everything was developing through the century. And one thing she could not understand, and she was an architect, she was a well-educated lady. She said, I can understand computers, I can understand telephone, I can understand the airplane, but the fax machine, how come I put the paper here and it goes down up in America? This was beyond her. Meaning people are getting used to very great innovations and they forget the situation that it was never here. You know, young people, when you ask them telephone, how do you call? They don't do something like this. They do something like this, because this is the way they are brought up. So there is a very, very big hope that people are adjusting, embracing any new thing that will come along that will help them. And at the minute that something more new will come, they will go for that. They are not loyal to any discipline. They are not loyal to the vinyl the record players or the discs or the MP3 or the streaming. Next one will come, they will go.
Thanks, Benny. Una domanda ora per l'ambasciatore Carnelos e prego anche...
Now, a question for Ambassador Carnelos, and I'd just like to make sure that Mr. Cohen can follow the simultaneous translation available on the platform. So, Ambassador, how do you see the development of the international scenario tied to 5G? Because then maybe we'll say something more about this, but this is a debate that has touched on important geopolitical themes tied to 5G. So your point of view is extremely important to understand what the balance will be in the future and what future developments will be, too. In my modest opinion, 5G is just the tip of an iceberg, a bigger iceberg. 5G is just a visible tip. If I had to put it in epoch-making terms, I would say that we're witnessing a paradigmatic shift in the scenario. 500 years of Western leadership and are waning and are being transformed into something multipolar. So over the past 30 years, after the Cold War, after the end of the Cold War, we've had 30 years of U.S. unipolarism. Now, this unipolarism is coming to an end. And according to some, it has already ended, owing to various reasons. And this is quite obvious, highlighted by the rise of China that has, over the past 30 years, has achieved some amazing economic results. In only 30, 40 years, China has taken 850 million people out of poverty. For the Western world to achieve the same result, it took 300 years. As mentioned earlier, until China manufactured low-added value products, everybody really appreciated it. Now, since it's become one of the leaders and the most important communication technology, 5G, bearing in mind that data has become the new oil, and China is raising concerns. I think this concern is unjustified. It may seem obvious, but if the 5G leading countries were Sweden, Norway, or the US, we wouldn't be here. Since it's China, then some have started to raise some exceptions on a world order that is changing. But actually, we heard this before. We heard various speakers who said some of these arguments are just instrumental. But the truth is that the major world power of the US in the past 30 years, for reasons that I don't want to blame them with, have pursued endless wars in the Middle East, using up a huge amount of resources, political and financial activity based on the financialization of the economy that has led to the 2008 financial crisis. And on the other hand, China has fought the last war in 1979 against another communist country and engaged in a revolution in research and achieved significant levels of scientific research. And today, these two different attitudes held over the past year. We can see this in the results in terms of 5G and artificial intelligence. China has kept COVID under control with 5G and artificial intelligence. And that's something that we're having difficulty in doing. So these results clearly and understandably create a bit of envy and a bit of anger. But if we're heading towards a route of collision, I don't think we'll be able to, do the best in our interests. I mean, if we go back to a Cold War, I think that's a major mistake we could make. So we have to restore American leadership. Yes, okay, provided that this is pursued differently and in cooperation with others. China is not the Soviet Union. China is not a country that exports an ideology, a messianic, but it exports economic, entrepreneurial success, and even the accusation of espionage. I heard Senator also talked about the issue of China's law that imposes the need to share data. But let's not fool ourselves. Does somebody really believe that American giants are forced to share their data with a national security agency and the CIA under certain circumstances? So I think that this is a bit ridiculous as an aspect to criticize what is going on, and the fact that we need to have thorough inspections and controls and the need to have certifications by third parties. This is fine. This is fine with everybody. On the other hand, I'd like to close because I think I've taken up already too much time. But the issue of network penetration, aside from the fact that it makes me laugh that the country that created the greatest espionage network in the US, the Five Eyes, it created the Five Eyes, is now complaining that alleged espionage is being conducted by others is hilarious. Everybody spies. We have to see where this happens and in what context. But and then there will be some professors who will disavow me, but so the progress in quantum physics, when these will be applied to telecommunications, it's very plausible that communication networks, whatever they will be, will not be pierced. So the issue of espionage will be resolved on the network, and obviously data projection on the clouds and on the various devices and servers. That instead is something that will require the utmost attention on the part of everybody. Thank you. So I think we've brought up many different topics. So Professor, when he arrives at the RAI studios, we're all terrified because if he's wearing a suit and tie, he will surely talk about a terrorist attack. No, I've come in peace. Yes, you've come in peace. But I'd also like to touch on a personal topic. Alessio earlier said that you had a terrible experience with COVID. And earlier we were talking about negationists, those who say that the virus doesn't exist, that it's been invented or created. Can we create a parallel between a negationist and people who think that there is some danger inherent in 5G? Yes, I think so, because it's a purely political issue that I think we all tend to underestimate, because culture. I'm a keen reader. I won't assure you that I read, I understand everything I read, but I do read a lot. Culture brings knowledge, undoubtedly, but it can also lead to arrogance. So what does this mean? Well, it means that sometimes we have an attitude like this. Okay, let them do as they like, towards people who have crazy ideas. 9/11, it was the Mossad and the CIA that was involved. 5G brings diseases and the earth is flat. Okay, we say broader things, but we're making a major mistake in my view, because we're barricading ourselves behind our correct beliefs, because we can't say that the earth isn't flat and that 5G is bad, or that the 9/11 was an American operation. But we need to have an exchange. And why is this? Because in a Western situation where the frailty of parties is increasingly significant, the vote of an idiot is worth as much as the vote of a university professor. So if we allow idiots to have vast areas of dialogue and we don't have any discussions and make them, not everybody are idiots, maybe are, but others whom, if we discuss things, we could bring them all towards the side of the intelligence. So if we don't take on a different literature vis-à-vis this reality and saying, oh, hold on a minute, I'll explain. The risk is that we'll be faced with ruling classes that will listen to people who have crazy claims that make no sense, not say because they're right, because they're not, but simply because those people are giving that political party their raison d'etre and their ability to express an opinion, express a parliamentary force. And that's the first point. Now, I'd like to pick up on what the ambassador was saying earlier, who is a man of great knowledge and shrewdness, perspicacity. And, we had the divided world, we had Europe and the other. We had the world of Asia, and occasionally there were some connections, but very few. But there is no doubt that from the 17th to the 20th century, 17th, 18th, 19th century were the years of Europe, the centuries of Europe. The 20th century was the century of the Americans, undoubtedly, who are Europeans who basically moved further west. Now, I'm just puzzled about one thing. The empires. The Americans are a non-imperialist, but an imperialistic empire. So the empires that go hand in hand away. On the ring, there isn't room for two. One is on the ground and the other one is standing. So if China arrives and we're in there's three of us, yes, but I don't have the feeling that we can quickly reach a wonderful balance of dialogue on the opportunities, which are numerous, because opportunities are numerous. But there are also many, many uncertainties. China has the opportunity of not having the urgency. We have to say this, but China and Russia don't have the urgency of democracy. And this means that they also have the ability to dose resources through a different type of planning compared to us and many other countries who have to obviously engage in a dialogue, and we are accountable to our citizens. So the Western strategy is more short-term than those of other countries. Democracy is a highly imperfect system, but it's the best that we have in our Western world. So I believe that all of us, including the Chinese, should make an effort to ensure coexistence, because otherwise, if the two models don't reach some kind of appeasement, and I've shown you that I've studied well, the risk is to have a head-to-head clash between the young lion who wants to take the lead of the pack and the old lion who doesn't want to give it up. Okay. But I think that today is heading in, this debate is going in this direction. We're having a discussion. We have raised doubts. We have different opinions. And I think that ZTE is heading in the right direction with regard to 5G.
Saying this because I say it, because at the end people learn to observe what is happening and to praise certain things or highlight defects. But I've seen the change in this company, the very specific, detailed attitude so that everything is done according to the laws, according to the rules, respecting for the others. This is applied within the company, and we understand we're doing steps forward. We're making steps forward today, and then we'll see that with the panel minion today. There has been availability to exchange views and compare opinions. And this is a good way, not only for ZTE, but for all of the foreign multinational corporations. We all grew on U.S. movies. We have a culture which is really pro-West, but then we grow up, we go study, we travel the world, we see what happens in other parts of the world. Their ability to dialogue and to build something which can create opportunities for work, I think, is of fundamental importance in our country. Our country is a country of great richness. I'm saying this as a man from Genoa, a man of sea. When there is the low tide, sit on the beach, and then afterwards you get wet, you cannot blame the web and the tide. Social changes are clear, obvious. We cannot blame the others. We cannot blame China for ambitions. We cannot agree with that, but we cannot not understand. So we need to aim on what is convenient for all of us rather than differences. Can we ask a last question to Benny? A very
about the world, about Italy, and about China. You have a very particular point of view. What do you think we are going to see in the next future?
Well, one thing that I must emphasize, that there is a basic notion that I contest. The basic notion is that arguments are held with reason and facts, logic and fact. And as far as I can understand my role when I was working with many people and dealing with a lot of advertising and sort of that, people are moved by perception and emotion. They are not moved by facts. They are not moved by logic. They are moved by what they feel. And this is something that we can understand why President Trump was so successful. I mean, he lost the election, but on the other hand, he got a vote of more than 70 million Americans, because he's talking to their gut, he's talking to their heart. So when I'm looking from outside the arena that is happening right now, I think always that the younger lion will try to take the old lion, and usually they succeed. The point is, what are the means of doing it? The means of doing it right now are debates and talks. These things may aim themselves towards the decision makers, towards the parliaments, towards the leaders. But those leaders are looking back all the time, what are the people thinking? And the people are thinking whatever the situation emotionally will be given to them. So some of them believe that the earth is flat. Some of them will not take any vaccination against COVID. Leave them aside. Those who are very strong in their opinions against, you don't touch them, because you won't succeed to convince them. Those who are for you, you don't have to touch them. They are for you. There is the middle, and the middle are the people that you have to address, and you have to see what is their emotion and perception, and that is the way to proceed.
Thank you, Benny. So we will think about emotions.
Yes, thank you, Ben.
Prego, Alessio.
Grazie.
Alessio, you have the floor. We would like to thank our guests. I'd like to continue because this is reasoning, like all of the others, top quality, top level reasoning, which is just plunging us into what is going to happen. But we have our own agenda. We have Mariangela Pira connected with us. She's very famous hostess, expert in economy from SkyTG24. Just recently, one of her books has been published. She's very much involved, and this is a rather unpleasant time for journalists because the journalists have to work now. Alessio, she's a great war envoy. Hi, Andrea. Bye. Mariangela, maybe you managed to follow the question to you from an economic point of view. What is the impact which we might have in Italy? Should we have a slowing down in terms of development of 5G networks? We talked about geopolitics. We've heard all parties, those who have a vision which is more towards a global world, the role of China, and those who have clearly expressed doubts on a world which is absolutely a global world, and the fact that 5G is an important part of the development. I wouldn't say from China, but the Chinese business and the business, big Chinese companies like mine are doing in the rest of the world and in Italy. Are there risks? Can there be risks from the economic point of view? Should 5G slow down, like somebody says, no, 5G is not done by Chinese, but also by the other side. I think there is a word which is known to everybody, which unfortunately is having a burden, too much bureaucracy. If I were to see in the perspective as of the economist, and I spoke to some of these economists before participating in your event, everybody told me that bureaucracy risks to slow down things and slow down also the technological development of the country. But in particular, the big risk, and this is what we're going to often talk about, I'm not just finding out anything new, is to create a further gap between the northern part of the country and the southern part of the country. So there are regulatory obstacles which need to be overcome, among other things. I don't know whether I've seen it, but during the recent hearings in the Senate in view of the transposition of the European Code of the Electronic Communication, basically there have been perplexities and doubts on this, too many rules and regulations on bureaucratic obstacles. What is this causing? It is causing a slowing down of the procedure to be issued authorizations to be invested in the 5G infrastructures. And here, to answer your question, I am doing a very general reasoning. I'm not looking at China or at the United States. I think that when another country invests in your country, there are basically always risks. I notice as a journalist, and I was discussing this also in my program, when we talk about China, often in Italy, but not only in Italy, there is a bias, there is a prejudice, while there are countries which are doing the same or even worse than that, and they are not subject to the same type of prejudice. And this is something true, and we've seen it also in relation to the vaccine, which was developed by Sinopharm. One thing is a vaccine received by other nations. One thing is a vaccine, a Chinese vaccine. It is being distributed to the third world countries, so the people start immediately asking, why is this being given to developing countries or third world countries, as some of them are? So in answering your question, the risk, yes, there might be an economic slowing down of the country because too much bureaucracy means slowing down the country. Everybody complains about that, but nobody's ever does anything to solve the situation. Basically, for foreign direct investments in our country, be it 5G infrastructure or anything else, the fact that we have this type of bureaucracy causes these companies to go and invest in other countries where this type of bureaucracy does not exist. And I see this as a risk. I would harmonize the Italian legislation on emissions and put it in the same level as European legislation, because rules at national level are not always homogeneous, and this causes a gap between North and South. I would basically work mostly on this. Thank you, Mariangela. I'm thinking of a question. If we hadn't this slowing down, could we explain which are the sectors which could derive benefit from this 5G, because we don't easily understand and tap on or leverage the potentials. According to your experience, which would be the sectors with more benefits in terms of the impact on citizens? There are many sectors, infrastructures, because you need to connect the billions of devices. So basically, at the same time, what is this connection? What you need to connect all of them is you need infrastructures. Investing in infrastructures, we have this huge opportunity offered by the Recovery Fund, and they've seen infrastructures are among the first investments which are going to be made with this Recovery Fund. Telecommunications, this is one of the main sectors where this technology will be present. United States, we're already seeing companies like Rising, AT&T have already been invested by this huge development, with consequences on the side activities. This is an important sector which will be affected by 5G. And then other things, the chip makers, this is another sector which will be completely affected by the 5G production, because in order to be benefit from this fast connection, you need a smartphone or device. Smartphones, last generation smartphones are also protected by last generation microchips. This is a sector which will benefit. I'm thinking of optical fiber, another sector which could benefit from this 5G. Clearly, why? Because the companies acting in this sector can benefit from the demand. Or I'm thinking of my sector. Let's hope. So it's a kind of a year of difficulties, media and entertainment. Just imagine companies which are based only on online, for instance, Netflix, or for instance, Amazon Prime, Facebook. It is kind of obvious that you can get an advantage from this technology. Also, gaming companies or online entertainment will derive benefits from this technology. And then, in order to expand our perspective, we must think of the positive things that technology can do also for the good and health of the people. Just imagine the so-called robotic surgery, and generally the sector of the healthcare, how much they can be benefit from the speed of an infrastructure. You can operate on your patients with more precision. You can see in a very different. This is already possible, but we need to make the network more stable, faster, and this sector too will benefit from that. What are other sectors? Also that of transportation, just to mention another one which is not so easily thinkable in terms of this. 5G can create a whole network of so-called smart vehicles, intelligent smart vehicles, where there can be a communication system. And it happened to me to see that in some Japanese companies, I'm not going to mention names, not to mention brands, there was a communication that they were describing as vehicle to vehicle, The network allows vehicles to communicate among themselves. And I do not want to be the Elon Musk situation, but I think the self-driving vehicles is not so far away. I believe very much in human beings. I'm not afraid of technology. Rather than artificial intelligence, I'm afraid of human stupidity. So I rely very much on human beings. I believe in the central role to be played by human beings, but I think technologies will make important strides. We would like to continue to listen to you because the last part, the man at the core of the center, and we've had examples. All of the speakers, where we heard university professors, is the man driving the car and managing the technology. Absolutely, and I think that we will not be overwhelmed. Are you optimistic or pessimistic about the world? The world which is changing, and is changing also through this new technology. By nature, I'm an optimistic person. As you said, I believe very much in human beings. We come from Leonardo's country. What did Leonardo do? Leonardo did things that for those times were unthinkable. Many of the things he thought occurred and became true and real 500 years later. I believe in human intelligence, and I think we are a population which is particularly adjustable. We are flexible. We are going to adjust to change. I think that, and I hope we're going to do for good. We're not going to be just the exploiters, and this 2020 will teach us that environment sustainability is important. Technology can help in this if well used. So to answer your question, I'm optimistic. Thank you very much, really, for being with us. Thank you. We will involve you again soon in the future. And say bye to Rome. Bye-bye.
Abbiamo parlato.
So we talked about world development and other countries. We talked about America, not directly now. I don't know whether Massimo Gaggi is already connected with us exactly. Massimo Gaggi, a great editorialist for the Corriere della Sera. He's in New York. He lives in New York. And we have talked about the U.S. I don't know whether you had the opportunity to follow our debate a little. And so my first question comes only naturally. How will things change? I think things will change. How will the approach of the U.S. administration change with Joe Biden as president? Well, first of all, thanks for your invitation. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, we do. Well, I'd say that 12 years ago, when Obama and Biden, vice president, took office at the White House, the U.S. attempted a reset in relations with the country that they consider the major strategic opponent, namely Russia. There was Hillary Clinton, the Secretary of State, who went around with this red button of the reset button. As everybody knows, it wasn't a very successful. Will the U.S. attempt a reset in relations with China, which are very tense right now? With the Biden administration too? Well, I believe that with Biden, the tones will surely change and won't be so bitter as those of Donald Trump. And even compared to the tones used by Biden, who talked about Xi Jinping, referring to him as a thug. Now, obviously, this was a rhetoric tied to the fact that in the electoral campaign, Trump tried to depict him as the president that the Chinese wanted. So aside from an improvement in relations at diplomatic level and international cooperation, and Biden, compared to Trump's isolationism, will act as a president who wants to resume international cooperation, and so he'll need to talk to everybody, including Moscow and Beijing. And then aside from that, I believe that beside a formal improvement in relations, there could be a dispute, a clash that is even harsher in essence, and this for three reasons. The first is that Trump, in relations with China, focused on trade-related issues. He was furious about the trade deficit that wasn't going down. He was interested in strategic matters and political expansionism and geopolitical expansionism of China in Asia, and this came afterwards. It was above all the concern of the Pentagon. However, with Biden, all this will change. Geostrategical attention will be more relevant, and while with Trump,
il dissenso politico all'interno della Cina dalle questioni dei rapporti umani.
Political dissent wasn't such an issue within China, and the traits of the Chinese regime, there's almost Trump almost admired Xi Jinping from personal point of view. So in this respect, I think there will be a change in attitude in Biden. And the second reason is tied to the topics you're discussing today, namely technology compared to 12 years ago. Today, there's greater awareness in the U.S. that technology is central from a strategic point of view for everything that a country can achieve within and at international level. So less attention to nuclear weapons and the importance of nuclear weapons, and more attention to controlling data flows, so artificial intelligence, and other topics too that perhaps weren't considered much during the Trump administration, so the possible creation of a digital currency which could replace the dollar. So these are all topics that will be central again in an administration that Biden will rebuild. From a technical point of view, I think it has come apart in the Trump year. So these topics will become central, and therefore attention to competition from a technological point of view with China will be very strong. The third issue is the environment. This can be surprising to bring this up right now because overall, Trump had left the Paris Agreement. Biden instead wants to bring the U.S. back into the Paris Accord, which was the product of cooperation between the U.S. and China. So this should help revamp this cooperation, but in 2014, I was in China to follow the meeting between Obama and Xi Jinping, which led to the accord, which in 2015 led to the Paris Accord. And given the timeline, I was able to report this news before other American media did. But today's world, there is a major difference with Trump. America has abandoned the environmental issues and has left the field to China, that has become a protagonist in terms of environmental technologies, not only from a technological but also from a political point of view. So it has used the environment to increase its influence in the world. With Biden, who is relaunching the role of the U.S. in the field of the environment, there will be some attrition in this area too. So I think it's a bit too early to imagine that tension between the countries will be mitigated. Biden will surely manage this with greater caution and with greater diplomacy. In 2 minutes, what role can Europe play? Which has come out of this past administration a bit beaten up, let's put it this way. Well, Biden will surely try and relaunch relations with Europe. Trump had
in some ways weakened NATO. Biden will surely try and strengthen it. Firstly, he will deal with relations with the UK in the Brexit perspective, and as you know, Boris Johnson should try and find a soft exit from the EU, and he will surely improve relations with France and Germany. And overall, I think that for us Italians, the main issue is, aside from relations with the US that will continue to be good and will improve probably, but what will happen in the Mediterranean, in countries that are very important to us, such as Libya, where the Trump presidency, with its isolationism, has reduced attention, and the result that today Libya is a battlefield where we have Russia, Turkey, Emirates, Egypt, and others entering the field. So I don't know how much this will change with Biden, because surely in the U.S., aside from the juxtaposition between left and right, there is a tendency to withdraw the U.S. from the rest of the U.S. to withdraw from the world, and I think there will be pressure to make Europe pay more for NATO, and this the Trump administration had been a bit more brutal, but this had already started with under the Obama administration. From a technological point of view, I think the U.S. will keep on putting pressure on European countries to develop independent technology standards compared to the Chinese standards. I think that Europe can play a key role as a mediator, and it will be able to set the rules of the game for the two giants that are bigger than her in terms of ability to produce and develop new technologies. Because from a legal point of view, with the legislation that we've had over the past 30 years, starting from the Microsoft issue, Europe has been acting as a sort of world referee in this field, and I think it can continue to play this role and actually strengthen it in this era where technology will be more important, but will lead to more conflicts. Thank you, Massimo Gaggi. You've offered further insight, and you already anticipated much regarding the relations between superpowers and the scenario. Thank you. Well, we've talked a lot about information, relations between countries, international information. So I'd like to start by calling our last guest, last but not least, by introducing the topic of fake news, because I would invite Mila Fiordalisi, who is the director of Corcom, Corriere Comunicazione, and a super expert in this field. And I'm going to sit here. And Barbara, who's Ugo Barbara, who's both follow 5G and technology developments. Is this the country of fake news? Yes, we were pioneers. We were recognized right from the very start. It was March when the economic advisor of Conte, Gunther Pauli, launched this parallelism between the Wuhan area and the Milan area, saying that the virus was spreading due to the 5G antennas. This was major fake news, also because in the Milan area, there is no concentration of 5G. Actually, 5G doesn't exist at all. 5G in Italy has yet to be developed, aside from some trials. Small parts of the network are launched in the big cities. So a fake news that did not prevent serious
harm, because I'd like to recall that fake news are not just something social, they have repercussions on the economy. In Italy, immediately after this announcement, municipalities started to block the installation of the new networks through ordinance. The government had to intervene, subsequently reminding the municipalities that telecommunications networks are public service, so you can't interrupt installations. And we had to include a mention of this in the simplification decree, where they emphasized silence means consent. So there has been a significant impact in our country regarding the effect of fake news. A recent survey of EDMO, which is the association that represents the major telco operators in Europe, showed that 63% of Europeans fear 5G, because clearly fake news circulated at European level and worldwide, and so there were many examples, and we have still suffer the consequences today. And not only 5G is just one of the technological areas where there is dissemination of fake news. Nowadays, thermal scanners are very trendy, and fake news is concentrating on thermal scanners to measure body temperature. And it seems that when our body temperature is measured, they take an X-ray of our brain just to check our thoughts. Vaccines will be used to insert subcutaneous chips connected to 5G networks to control us. So even imagination, well, we've seen all sorts of things. Oh, yes, we are very good when it comes to imagination. Ugo, have you noticed a prejudice on the part of Italians in some cases towards Chinese technology? And I'm just picking up on the issue of pandemic and the fake news that Mila was talking about.
I can say that the story of Chinese technology is very complicated and extraordinarily fast. Basically, just a few years have gone by since we talked about Chinese technologies as something like low quality and little reliability. After a few months, I would say, not even years, in the pockets of the Italians, there was a mobile phone made in China. And I link back to the issue of fake news. Many people pretend they ignore that iPhones are made in China. So basically, at the end, this is what we are coming from. There is a problem of reliability of Chinese technology, which was set aside by the ability of the Chinese technology to evolve and turned into another type of difficulty, the one connected to a relationship of trust. How much can I trust a technology which comes from a country which is not governed by democracy, where the relationship between companies and the government is in a gray area, which is never particularly clear, and when it is, there is an undeniable connection. All of this is really pushed by populism and easy thoughts or things that trivia, which are easy to use. The made in China in general is paying the price of not being cool. From the United States, we might even, and we have received terrible things also from a food point of view, but they were cool, so they took hold. This is a wonderful Kreisel model. car, a roadster, which was sold in Italy just for a few months. It was taken from them away from the market because they realized that the paints were completely out of the rules in terms of toxicity and how dangerous they were for the environment. It's not that if on the one hand we have goods which are subject to suspects, on the other hand we receive everything which is absolutely clear. What makes a difference is the bias, the prejudice. Whatever is made in China, by what I mean by made in China, first and foremost, there is a prejudice or bias of not being cool, and this is connected to a political issue, ignoring that anybody who has had to deal with the Chinese technology realize that on some aspects, like for instance, face recognition, and this is a very, very sensitive issue, China is light years ahead of everybody, not only in terms of 5G, because everybody has mentioned that the 5G is told in a certain way to us as a form of control when it's coming from China. The involvement, the border between oppression control and security control is so thin that democracy used that like a pan to make the difference. We have Luca Zorloni, who is the person in charge of economy and internet for Wired. I would like to link back to what Mila and Ugo have just mentioned. The impact of fake news on Italy. Why does fake news always have an impact? Why are we so easy to believe and feed these things? For fake news connected to 5G, Italy is certainly negatively outstanding. Why are we feeding bad communication by us? I mean, we citizens. To link back to what Ida was saying, who spoke about the fact that after March, there's this kind of explosion of the fake news in one of the municipalities which issues executive orders to stop 5G. These are these municipality orders. In 3 months, it's quite difficult not to think there is a correlation, even if it is not written. Why is this happening? Because we have a very anti-scientific attitude in this country. So scientific reassurances are something that we don't like very much. We're not willing to listen. We see that also in the overall debate when we talk about vaccines or measures to be implemented for limiting the dissemination of the virus, like the mask. Also because politicians kept silent on this. We mentioned the simplification degree, and you had many politicians who have said that 5G is a fundamental structure. These politicians must say to their parties, to the mayors that blocked 5G, for instance, two things which are said, like in Roma, Milan, which is good for certain scenarios, and in others, fake news are left unbridled. The third element is that for some issues, we did not have information. We too, among media, we should be aware not everybody has provided correct information on this issue, and then the cocktail becomes a kind of explosion. The ground is already, or the basis against the scientific statements. Some mayors told me I issued the order only because an association was asking me to keep the citizens calm instead of explaining them that there were no risks, and the information providing or triggering the worst instincts can lead to these results. But I'd like to make a remark. Since we are the country of bureaucracy, we issued the anti-5G orders in the UK. They were subject to attacks against antennas which were not even 5G. So this is kind of present, and France is following our attitude. So thank you, Luca. So my perception and the perception of Italians on 5G, what it is, if we have one. I'd just like to add one thing compared to in relation to what Luca said. I agree with the role, an important role that the general press has had in disseminating this fake news. It is kind of amazing, but some of the most fake articles were published by the national newspapers, which is an indication of a bad knowledge, not only of this theme, but more in general of technology now, this attention to the digital world. There is attention but not understanding. For Italians, technology corresponds to like phones, computers, video games. But we do not know the impact on economies or the advantage that we can have in terms of developing services, applications. For Italians, 5G, if not negative, it has to do with the mobile phones, while we have to clarify that this is going to be the first mobile standard in history, and it will enter the business world and not the consumer world. There are many applications and use cases in the world of industry. We heard that before: transport, mobility, services for public administration. So the impact on the consumer market will take place after the impact on the industry world, proving that this technology is very important for economy and for recovery. I would like to do some advertising to Corcom on Thursday. We are going to have a meeting on 5G and economic recovery, and we will present you cases, concrete cases of 5G which already exist and can be checked, and we know very little about this. Italians have poor knowledge and poor awareness. What is the difficulty in conveying the knowledge of 5G to the broad audience? There are some difficulties also for those who are doing your job. Not everything is simple, as usual, apart from the attendees. The main problem is that most of the Italian journalists did not understand what 5G is for. So it is true that journalists are that category, explaining things they do not understand to people who don't know. But in this case, it can become dangerous because, as Mila is saying in the collective imagery, 5G is to be able to download an HD film in 1 second, which is a ridiculous application. Who has the need to do that? It's very difficult to make people understand that there is a whole world which will be invisible, which will be controlled by 5G, which will make our life easier and safer. There was a case which was explained in China, which is connected to the earthquake emergency situation. If we manage to connect seismic sensors to the switches to open safety doors in hospitals or schools, so when in the moment when there is a seismic shock which can cause damages, the emergency doors open even before that the quakes get to the quake gets to the surface. Just imagine how many lives can be saved. And this can be managed only with 5G. This is not going to be something that you're going to see, and we hope it will be an interaction with the life of citizens. It is difficult to convey and make these examples known so that 5G will really make the difference with 4G, which led the most concrete application of 4G is just social media. Let's imagine something like this. And our life will be completely changed, not for the worse, but for the better. Luca, what about the benefits for businesses and companies from this 5G? Can you explain that, getting into detail from the medium-sized to the big-sized companies, sectors? The benefit is for all companies. Astel is talking about 55 billion investments in the next few years connected to 5G. If we think of a country where growth is always slow and mobilizing resources is difficult, so we go from an electrical company which, thanks to a network of sensors, can precise in a very specific way its network or grid, its grid, so it can identify the needs, therefore better manage the flow of energy, the maintenance, predictive maintenance, where we can do that on vehicles or to the machinery in the companies, or remote control. Just think of remote control on a large scale. How useful could this be? Could have been when in March, April, and May we all had to stay home. We were locked down in our under digital system, and we could go on with the professions. Had this pandemic occurred 20 years ago, the impact on the economy would have been much more serious, because we would have been forced to stop many more activities. In China, they've shown the use of an excavator connected remotely through the 5G network. It was like remote controlled. So developments. And Italy is not cut out of this business. The problem is to then give the skills to entrepreneurs who must make the decisions for their companies and start applied research, get it to the companies, put in contact the experiments with the small and medium-sized enterprises in Italy, which we know cannot have the capital to take on all of the commitments for some specific projects, and keep our entrepreneurial fabric competitive. Again, the choice must be a political choice, and resources must be concentrated and used well without scattering them, but in a country which is based on the manufacturing industry, from the model of Industry 4.0, where 5G is a great enabler, can benefit from that. Thank you, Ugo, thank you, Mila.
So we've had 4 hours and 20 minutes of debate, which I think was very fruitful. So the title was, Why Be Afraid of 5G When Knowledge Creates Value? I think we've added a bit of knowledge today. Thank you, Lucia. Well, I'd like to thank all those who followed us from home and all those who participate in making this a rich experience. I'd like to wish you Merry Christmas, but I'd like to give the floor to President Hu and President Peng, who will step up to bring their greetings.
Nice speech.
There's a jingle. There's a jingle, yeah, before you go on stage. No, falli andare così. Go ahead. Thank you. No, standing, it's better.
So I think today we have a really comprehensive debates, okay, from really all the aspects around the 5G. So I hope all the guests, you can, I would say, enjoy and appreciate this platform for the discussion. I will also thanks to my colleague, Mr. Desil, to organize this fantastic opportunity. And also thanks to Lucia, as always supporting us to organize, to moderate. So I wish all the best regards and the Merry Christmas, even it's still a bit earlier, but I want to take this opportunity to show my best wish. And thanks again to all the distinguished guests which participate physically or remotely to our event. And I leave the stage to ZTE Group SVP and the President of Europe and America region, Mr. Peng, to give his closing speech. Gracias.
Thank you, Hugo. I think today's event is a great event. Not all these very important people, stakeholders, have this expressed their opinions or their ideas so regarding this other respect on 5G, including the benefits, including the threat, security threat. So we also come here to learn the wisdom of this Italian people. For me, I come here to learn as well. So I'm very happy to attend this forum. So people ask me, what's your this approach on 5G security? My answer is very simple: openness and transparency. So ZTE Italia is the first company who set up this 5G security lab in Italy. And we welcome all the government agency, different institutions, or other stakeholders come and visit, and also for any security check. So we are fully open and transparent. And today's event is another proof that we are fully transparent and open. So this is a very open and transparent this dialogue. So our approach on 5G security is through openness and transparency. So not all people know that or realize that 5G can bring not all the benefits to the social economic development. And not all the government also are making or pushing a huge investment on this. I can share with you that this year in China, all these 3 Chinese operators already built up around 700,000 5G sites, and ZTE contribute more than 1/3 of that, which fully demonstrate ZTE's capability and our strengths. We are very proud that we have delivered our promise as a 5G pioneer or leading 5G innovation. So Italy is one of the countries in Europe who did their first 5G try. And also, I believe now Italy is at the 4th bid to roll out 5G for much better digital infrastructure for the future. So all the concerns or all the doubts on the threats of this 5G security, we are fully open and transparent to deliver whatever we can do or whatever we can explain on that. So we can continue this kind of discussion or this dialogue. So we wish more and more people can realize that 5G benefits is more than his threat. And all these security issues can be handled by a more professional manners. So ZTE can also contribute on this. And thanks again for everybody's participating in today's great events. And thanks for everybody's opinion and their suggestion and ideas as well. So we'll do our best to address that, and we will do our best to make a contribution on this Italy 5G rollout in the future. So thanks again for everybody, and I wish you a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Grazie mille.